All right. Everybody ready? All right. Hey, everybody. It is Thursday, December 17th. It's our second regular meeting of the month. We're ready to go, it looks like. Just a little housekeeping. Anybody who is called in for an attendees, looks like we have 29 people. A couple people have called in. If you're calling in and you want to have your hand raised so you can give comment, it's *9. So it's *9 if you've called in. And if anybody else calls in and I don't recognize that, please just let me know and I can repeat that for everybody. With that, Catherine, can you please take, Catherine? No. Steve, can you please take roll?
Yep, I'm in. Councilor Wilna.
I am here, Mr. Boyd.
Councilor Wisso.
Present.
Councilor Kopp.
Here.
Councilor Godes.
Here.
Councilor Davis.
Here.
Councilor Stepp.
Yes.
Councilor Hershey.
Here.
Everybody present.
All right. Please join with me silently as I lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Next on the agenda is agenda changes and conflicts. Councilor Hershey.
Hi, this evening, I think on the agenda, we're going to be discussing under item number 10, COVID update. I imagine that's going to touch on restaurants and what the Garfield County is up to. Under Article 25 of the Colorado State statutes, the district attorney's office does prosecute, as they're doing in Vail actually right now, offenses involving bars and restaurants and health code violations. So I'm going to be recusing myself because of my employment from that conversation. I'm going to turn off my video and sound. I'll listen because I'm curious what the state has to say, but I will not be participating. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else that would like to mention anything? Is there any agenda changes? Okay. See none. I will move it to citizens appearing before council. These are for items not on the agenda. So if there are folks, just to be clear, if there are folks here that want to give comment on anything COVID related, we're going to have a presentation shortly after this. That would be the appropriate time to give a comment on COVID related, economy related, any of those things. So if those are the case, please save your comments for that time. If there's anything else in the community, what a great job we're doing with keeping the sidewalks plowed or picked up, that we'd love to hear those. So I'll turn it over to the public for comments not appearing on the agenda. All right, see none, I will bring it back for council comments. Councilor Hershey, then Charlie Whitman.
Very quickly, want to wish all of my Jewish family and friends, tonight is the last night of Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah. And of course, I guess I won't see any of you until after the holidays. So Merry Christmas to everyone and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Charlie.
Thank you. Happy Hanukkah to you, Mr. Hershey, on your final day of Hanukkah. And I would like to just take this as the last meeting this year, take time to thank Deborah, Steve, Yvette, Catherine, Jen. So I tried to get all the people, I'll forget them all, but Matt, all of our major staff, department heads and things for all the good work they've done this year. But just as important, and in fact, probably more importantly, is to thank all of the employees of the city of Glenwood Springs. This has been a remarkably difficult year, and our staff has gone above and beyond what they need to do, and they've just done everything they can to keep this city functioning. And despite all the problems we've had with the fire and the COVID, we've had no complaints about the fact that the sewers are taking the waste, the waters are getting water, our citizens are getting electric to our citizens, and that's just a nobody begins to understand how difficult that is on a day-to-day basis. And I really want to thank the staff and wish our staff and all my fellow council members a good holiday. I'd also like just to take a brief time to say goodbye to Catherine and to thank her. She has been an invaluable assistant to me, both before and after I've been in council. Whenever I've had questions, she's been very receptive to finding the answers to those questions if she just didn't know it off the top of her head. And I wish her well in her future endeavors. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. Paula.
Oh my goodness, I echo both Tony and Charlie. Happy holidays, everybody. Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas. And Catherine, I just have always just loved you being there in the room with us, even if it's in Zoom. So I'm so sorry to see you leave, and I hope it's good things in front of you. I just, on a more business-like note, I wanted us to kind of look at, I know we're talking about COVID later, but I'm really kind of talking about funding on this one is, if it's a discussion we could look at in January on looking at the new year and is there an opportunity in any city funds through reserves or something like that, that we could help our local businesses. I'd love to have that discussion early in the year and find out from Steve and Deborah that if that's even feasible. But I'm just concerned about, as we all have been, and I totally say this team of council members is amazing in their concern, but something that we might want to look at again at the first part of the year, if there's that opportunity. And then on a side note, I was in a tourism board meeting, and I understand that this year, and it's probably again COVID related, there were a number of requests for local camping. So it might be something we want to keep in the front of our minds as we look at potential for South Canyon and our other places on what might be available in the area.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Deborah.
Paula, yes, I think we should look at that in January. Probably maybe do a work session if we can at the first or second meeting in January. Because I think we'll have a better idea of what's going on and where we're going. And there's still, we could still help some for sure.
Great.
So that acting city clerk, COO, would you mind adding that to the agenda? Thank you.
All right. Shelley.
I just want to echo also what Charlie and Tony and Paula said. I really feel like I'm also hoping that everyone will be really safe this holiday and follow all the protocols. State's recommending we're in red, so we really should not have family gatherings this holiday. And I know it's so hard to not be with loved ones, but I think we're in a stretch here. We've got the vaccine starting to be rolled out, so hopefully we can keep spread down through this holiday season and not see a big spike from the holidays. So be safe, wear a mask, and follow all those protocols. And just a shout out also to Catherine. Thank you so much for your years of service as city clerk. For those that don't know, the city clerk just does so much behind the scenes to keep the city operating smoothly and help counsel and support all of that, the legal side and paperwork, and make sure all the T's are crossed and the I's dotted. And Catherine's done a fantastic job and has always been cheerful to work with and very helpful. So thank you so much, Catherine, and we will miss you very much.
Thanks, Shelley. Yeah, I just can't, I mean, it's been said 5 times, but I just can't have it go by without also thanking Catherine. When I picked up my application to run for city council 3.5 years ago, almost 4 years ago now, she was so kind. I was so scared. And especially when she said, oh, there's 3 other people running. I was like, oh, and she was very kind to me. And that goes a long way. I think, you know, just the kindness, whether it's issuing temporary liquor permits to nonprofits. That was my experience with Catherine before city council, but she's always professional, always kind, always thoughtful, and we are really, really going to miss you. So good luck, and stop by every once in a while. I know no one ever does, but you should. So thank you, Catherine. I will also say Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Merry Hanukkah, Joyous Hanukkah, whatever, Tony. But to all people
Happy
of all
Hanukkah.
faiths or people of no faiths, just enjoy this season, which is this. And I'll put a plug in. I wrote a wonderfully written article that appeared in the paper a couple weeks ago. No one saw it, but it's about shopping local. And I want to encourage everybody to do that, to be very intentional. I know it's one of those things everybody says every year we should do. Retail's a tough gig without COVID. Amazon, online retailers, it's just been chipping away, and it is harder and harder to attract retail, to have a vibrant, fun downtown with stores and cute things and nice retail. It's tough. It's really tough in normal times. So I just want to encourage everybody to not just shop local, but eat local. If it's tough times for everybody, but if you normally eat out once every couple of weeks, see if you can eat out every week. Take out, dine out, outside, get it delivered, do whatever you can to support our restaurants, do whatever you can to be intentional about giving shops the opportunity to serve you, to price match, to deliver. I have tried more times this year than I ever have, and let's try to keep that going. At some point COVID's going to end, and when that happens, let's try to have this muscle memory stay with us. Any other council comments? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to consent agenda. Charlie.
I move for the approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
To move by Charlie, seconded by Tony. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising a hand. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Steve, I'm not going to try to give you too much of a workout tonight on first night on the job.
I appreciate that.
All right. Next item. It is item number 10, COVID-19 update. This is a presentation from the CDPHE. Who do we have this evening with us, and who do I need to promote?
I believe it is Mara, Jonathan. And you should see.
I see her.
Yeah.
I had to scroll down a lot. There's a lot of people interested this evening. There you are.
Apologies. Hi, everybody. I decided to have a festive background so that way we could bring some holiday cheer. Would you like me to start by introducing myself, or what would be the best way?
That'd be wonderful.
Wonderful. Hi, everybody. Mara Brosi-Witchar. I'm Chief of Staff over at CDPHE, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come and answer some questions and to present on what's going on both statewide and locally in terms of COVID and the dial. And then, like I said, happy to answer any questions. So I'm going to share my screen if that works for everybody. As long as I make sure that I am sharing the correct item. Great. Well, this week definitely started off really exciting. We had our first vaccine delivery and our first vaccines administered. It was a highlight of our time in COVID. Really just an absolute light at the end of the tunnel. It was a relief to get those in our hands and moving forward. And it feels like we actually are getting towards a solution and just really quite relieved. The governor was so excited to sign his signature. He actually made the Late Show with Jimmy Fallon. I don't know if y'all caught that. And it was a pretty funny segment, but just excited to have vaccines on the ground and moving them forward. As we look at Colorado compared to other states, Colorado is definitely doing something right. And part of what we wanted to demonstrate with this is a couple of different states that were on the same trajectory as Colorado in early November. And that was Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois. And if you can see here, and Colorado is the orange line, we closed indoor dining and really shut down our indoor events. And Colorado started to bend the curve and really make a large difference. And if you look at Ohio and Pennsylvania, they have seen almost a 50% increases after Thanksgiving, quite a huge Thanksgiving bump that we didn't experience in Colorado because of the really challenging policy decisions and capacity restrictions we put in place before that. As you can also see, Illinois closed indoor dining activities around the same time as Colorado and had a similar downward trajectory and are still experiencing downward trends. Right now, 1 out of every 59 Coloradoans is currently infected with COVID-19. That's not just in Denver, it's not just in Adams County, that is statewide. And that's really quite an alarming number that we are doing our best to make sure that we mitigate and slow the disease transmission of COVID. Currently, we have seen a really, positive decrease of cases. And as you can see from our 7-day moving average of cases that we are heading in the right direction. We have gone from having everyday averages of over 4,500 to 6,000 cases to now really our averages is really anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000 cases for the last couple of days, which is really reassuring to see that the policy levers that we have put in place are taking effect and folks are really listening and changing. We all know the challenges of level red on the dial. There's no doubt about it that there are large capacity restrictions and that it's hard, not just for our constituents and that they want to go out, but incredibly damaging to our businesses. And so we wanted to really take this moment to highlight really why the difference between level red and level orange on the dial and why we think that it's so much more beneficial. As you can tell by all of these counties, they had originally moved to orange sometime towards the end of October, beginning of November, and we just didn't see a plateau. In fact, for Adams County, we saw a pretty steady increase. They had reached that point on COVID transmission that of just shooting straight up. And after we put in level red restrictions, we really saw a sustained decline in all of these major counties. It's pretty dramatic that you can see the difference on those two differences. As you can see, we also have Larimer, Jefferson County, Mesa County, Pueblo, Weld, all really experiencing that drastic change after red had been implemented. I would have loved to have shown you Garfield County's numbers, but we don't have them quite yet because your move to red hasn't shown the change in trajectory at this time. Counties in orange, meanwhile, on the other hand, really show a plateau or in some cases growth. There are a few exceptions to that, as there would be with any 64 counties. But as you can tell with Pitkin and Chaffee and Conejos and Yuma counties, that really they still are seeing growth before any sort of plateau. I would note that Grand is the outlier on that, and Grand has everything closed in terms of indoor dining and indoor events. They still have a few exceptions for level orange, but they essentially have level red restrictions. Currently, we are still seeing a peak of hospitalizations, much higher than we ever saw in April and May, which is one of the reasons why this third wave was as frightening as it was, because we really were seeing a possible breach of our hospital system. As you can see over on December 16th, we did see a getting back behind that line of 1,600 ICU beds. We're excited to see that hospitalizations are also trending down. That means that we're heading in the right direction, and we really want to make sure that we're keeping our foot on the gas pedal and ensuring the safety of our hospitals and their staff. I'm sure you've all heard of the 5-star program. And I wanted to just sort of highlight what's going on with that. That really officially rolled out yesterday afternoon. Application went live, and we'll start taking applications tomorrow to be reviewed for our 5-star program. The 5-star program really is a way for counties and municipalities to certify those businesses that are going above and beyond, that they're able to really show and demonstrate that they're taking extra measures in terms of COVID response. Any county or city must be in compliance with the state public health orders, and Glenwood Springs has really shown a leadership role in that, and we really appreciate it. Have a local public health agency director who meets the minimum qualifications for the State Board of Health. You have to go through a application process. We don't like to use the term variance, and I want to change that, but really it's much more specific about a process to be part of a certified 5-star framework. And then the administrative committee must report weekly updates to their LPHA as well as CDPHE about the new certifications granted, as well as businesses that might be having trouble and needing to have it revoked. There are a lot of benefits with the program. While we know it's a very heavy lift up front, but if you're able to qualify and to get those business certified, you're able to keep your businesses open at a higher level. And so 4-level red, why this is really attractive to some counties is that it allows certified businesses to operate at orange level capacities. There's different requirements for each level in terms of where your incidence, percent positivity, and hospitalizations all meet, but those all require to be in the metrics of the level that you're trying to qualify for, to then be eligible for the lower level capacity limits. What if cases and hospitalizations rise? That's a question that we get all the time about our certification network, or program, excuse me. If a city or county or city sees a significant rise in cases, percent positivity, or hospitalizations, then the program may be suspended. That's going to be a conversation with what's going on. You might have had a influx of reporting. There might have been a small outbreak. There are sometimes reasons for why things change, and we want to make sure that we're working with the community when that happens. An automatic suspension of the program occurs if the region reaches more than 90% of their county's ICU capacity. ICU beds is really a late lagging indicator for how COVID transmission is happening in your community. And we want to make sure that we are protecting our hospital capacity at all costs. And so if 90% or higher for your regional capacity is breached, we suspend all programs in that region. So what are the next steps? It's a conversation with you and your leadership, as well as your LPHA, to see if this is a program that's appropriate for you and your city and what that looks like. It's really important for us to make sure that we still focus that LPHAs right now have hallmark job tasks. Vaccine distribution and contact tracing are huge and overwhelming things that they need to be focused on. And so we want to make sure that this isn't a burden on our LPHA system, but rather something that they can consult on and make sure that they are meeting your compliance metrics, but that this is really led by either a city and chamber or a county and business community. In general, our business mitigation strategies have quite a few more requirements for our 5-star certification program, as opposed to the current requirements and recommendations. These include business-specific plans for implementation, outbreak detection. It's making sure that exposure notifications are promoted, that you're able to lodge a complaint that is appropriate, 0 prior citations or non-compliance. We want to make sure that the folks that we are certifying in 5-star are really a city and county's best actors. So in synopsis, the bottom line really, the most rapid path to a 5-star program, level orange, and reopening schools in January, which is really where our shining star is right now, our North Star. We got to make sure that we get kiddos in the classroom in January. It means that we've got to prevent a Christmas and New Year's spike, which means that we need to be, unfortunately, celebrating virtually still, hanging out with members of our own household and not others. And if we are in the community and shopping locally, which we want to make sure that folks are, that you're wearing a mask, you're washing your hands, and keeping as much physical distancing as possible, but a minimum of 6 feet. We're all in this together, and we really appreciate everybody's efforts to keep Coloradoans and Garfield County constituents safe, and making sure that we're doing all things to make sure we don't have a Christmas and New Year's spike. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And like I said, I'll be here to answer questions.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Brozier-Wishart. And I think we're going to have some questions from council, and then we will turn it over for public comment. And then we might have follow-up questions. But thank you very much for that presentation. Those charts are really helpful. Questions from council members? Charlie.
Thanks. Mara, I saw the guidelines. I've been working actually with a local chamber and county group that would be form the administrative committee you're talking about in this group. And one of the things that I noticed on it is, and you pointed out, is that the city and or the county must be in compliance. What do you mean by that?
So we want to make sure the folks that are running an administrative program are right now in compliance with the public health order. And so right now, Garfield County is under the public health order on the dial as level red. And so whichever entity is trying to become certified to run a 5-star program, we would want to ensure that they are following the current guidelines to make sure that compliance first starts at the leadership level, and then from there on with the certifications and compliance. So it's in compliance with our public health order of the dial and other public health orders as well. So
if the city decides to run this program and they can have a county public health representative on that committee, does it mean the city has to be in compliance or the county?
If the city is running the program with the county LPHA, then the city needs to be in compliance. If the county is choosing to bring on this program at a county-wide level, the county would have to be in compliance.
And the second kind of component of that, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I just got a couple of the questions and I'll
Sure.
yield the floor. I appreciate it.
No, you're fine.
A couple of the questions along the same line is in order in level red to be able to even apply for the 5-star program, we have to show a positivity rate of less than 10% or a declining rate for 2 weeks, correct?
Correct.
If, again, it was a city and chamber program, would you be looking at the city statistics or would you be looking at the county-wide statistics?
We would be looking at the county-wide statistics because that's how our numbers are delineated at the county level. And so if your LPHA is able to demonstrate via zip code a little bit more specificity, I don't think I said that right at all, and I apologize. We would make sure to work with them to use that statistic for the area that you are trying to utilize the program.
And just one other area, and then I'll yield to other council members. I'm sure there's other questions, but I noticed when reading the Denver Post that Will County, and I don't want to pick on a particular county, that's the one I know of, so I apologize. In some of the communities within that have indicated they are not going to follow the state regulations. Is there any advice to our local businesses if the local government isn't following the state regulations, what they can do so they don't get in trouble and have sanctions brought against them?
Really appreciate that, and thank you for the question, sir. We always want any business to be following the strictest public health order that is out, because oftentimes there are counties and cities that have chosen to take on stricter public health orders under their jurisdiction. So a state public health order is the floor. You cannot be less restrictive than a state public health order. You can always be more restrictive. And so our advice for those businesses that you need to be at the least following the state public health order, but if a local municipality or jurisdiction has a stricter public health order, to please be following that. At that point in time, if there is a community that is choosing not to follow the state public health order, the state will work with the local public health agency about enforcement, because we want to support LPHAs and their enforcement techniques, but also understand that the constraints that they're under. And so we work with our other state agency partners to make sure that cities are in compliance with the state public health order. And so that might mean a letter of compliance. It might mean a suspension of a liquor license or a suspension of a business license. At the extreme, it could possibly mean a cease and desist order. And so we want to make sure that we are working with local enforcement as much as possible. We've got to slow the spread of COVID. We don't want to put businesses in terrible situations, but we'll work with our other state agencies if we need to take action.
I'll just a comment. I want to thank you for bringing out the 5-star program. I hope that we're going to be able to make that work for our local community. Thank you very much. That's my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Absolutely. Ingrid.
Thank you. Hey, thank you so much for coming and giving us your time this evening. My question is regarding contact tracing and the ambiguity from the cases stemming from restaurants and bars, because I feel like there's been some ambiguity around that, where I'm hearing that there are no cases spread from restaurants and bars, or it's such a nominal amount. Can you touch on that?
Happy to. Thank you so much for the question. So right now, our contact tracing abilities is that we're only able to contact trace maybe 10 to 25% of cases. And of those 10 to 25% of cases, because community spread is so far spread at this moment, we have about 60 cases or 60% of those cases, are unidentifiable where they contracted COVID. And so we think that it's really misleading to say that none of those 60% of cases would be contracted in a restaurant or a bar, when we know, especially when you can see the slides, that when you close indoor dining, cases drastically go down. We see a massive difference in change. There was also a recent report out by the CDC that talks about indoor dinings and the challenges that it faces. You're sitting in a room with folks that are hopefully from your own family, but we know that people have been pushing those boundaries, because having a hostess make that delineation if you're with your family or not, your own household, is a challenging one and uncomfortable. You're taking your mask off to eat and to talk and to share a meal, and that's very natural to do. But with that definitely means that the virus is much more easily to be spread, because you're in a stagnant, non-air moving around environment, and so it naturally lends its way to more transmission of COVID. We are having challenges with reporting in the sense of contact tracing. We just aren't able to do it at the level that we need to be doing it right now because of the widespread cases. And again, I go back to that 60% of cases that are an unknown origin, that we really do anticipate a vast majority of those are part of an indoor setting, such as restaurants.
Shelley.
Hi, Mara. Thank you for being here. I was wondering if you could shed a little more light for us locally as far as how widespread the diseases in our county and our area right now as compared possibly to other parts of the state, since you didn't have necessarily a graph of Garfield County.
It's a great question, and I'm happy to answer that. I just have to move to the correct updated screen that I have. I apologize. So in Garfield County, we have seen a incidence case rate today of 1,424 per 100,000. That is an incredibly startling number and very high. Our red level metrics to tip into that is 350 per 100,000 cases. You're well over that at 1,400. And that is a 2-week moving average. But unfortunately for Garfield County, we have seen those case rates rise. And so just last week, Garfield County was at just over 1,000, at 1,057 per 100,000 cases. And in the last week, you have added over 219 cases to that caseload, which brings your incidence rate up to 1424. We're also pretty concerned about Garfield's percent positivity, which is our rate of testing. It means that the more people you're testing, the more positives you're getting, which means that really we're seeing quite a bit of community spread. And we would like to work with you to get that number down, so that way we make sure that we get people tested, because we know when people are tested and they're given that positive, that they're going to much more likely isolate and take those CDC quarantine guidelines seriously.
Okay, thank you.
Paula.
Oh, I'm still unmuted. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I have a couple questions. Thank you for being here, Mara. Really appreciate it. The rise in positivity and that we're seeing in Garfield County, I know testing is more available now, easily available in right now, every community from Glenwood to Aspen, which is outside the county, has a place that you can go to sometime during the week. And there's also a mobile unit. In keeping that in mind, is that similar to other counties around the state? And is that one of the reasons we're seeing this rise in positivity, is because many more people now are going down to get tested for various reasons?
So the way that percent positivity works is that even if you have more people getting tested, if your community transmission is low, your percent positivity should be low. So one of those ways, and I'll give that example because you mentioned Aspen School District has done quite a bit of robust testing for all of their students and teachers. And so as a result, there's widespread testing. And so even though Pitkin County's incidence has continued to rise because they've seen community spread, their percent positivity has stayed low because of the amount of tests that they've been having. And so for every this is not a correct statistic for Pitkin, but let's say for every 100, they're seeing about 6 cases, where for every 100 for you, you're seeing 13 cases. And that's because of the community spread at this point in time, not necessarily because of lack of access to testing. It's usually one of our signals that if you're not testing enough, as that number gets over 10%, we want to make sure that we give you some of those capabilities, so that way we can get ahead of the curve of spread of COVID, and happy to work with your community if that is something that you would like to look into.
Okay. My next question goes back to some of Charlie's questions on the 5-star program. So you mentioned you could do it at a county level, you could do it at a municipal level. Can you do it at a multiple municipal level? Can you take a couple of cities within the county and do something along this line?
It's a really great question. And the answer is yes. And I think that that's a fabulous use of your resources, and would heavily encourage that to band together and have that as an option. I know that there are a couple of other cities that are also looking at that. And so I would encourage you to do that.
Okay. And I haven't heard anything on transit. We are a commuter area, tourist area. You get one county that's got all the people living there, and the other county that people are going to work in. So we have somewhat of that here in our area. And are there restrictions that we should be aware of in the red level on transit that we haven't really heard about?
Really great question. So we recently updated our transportation guidance, and for public transportation, it needs to be a 50% capacity. And that doesn't change where you are on the dial. That is just a straight up 50% capacity for public transportation. Okay.
And then the one last thing we kind of hear around as we've had these conversations, and I'm sure it's happening in other counties and towns, is there's a frustration with our small retailers that, and of course our restaurants are really feeling this impact, but the sense that, you can go to a larger big box store or a grocery store and they don't really feel they've been impacted by these level changes. Is there any work on the state level kind of working with that, especially like in holiday traffic right now? You go into some of these big box.
Really great question. So one of the changes that we actually made on the dial was to adjust that it's 50% capacity, no matter what. If you are in essential business, so big box store, or if you're a small card shop. We wanted to make sure that it was 50% across the board. There's a few problems with that. One, optics. A large 50,000 square foot space with things in it and 50% capacity still looks pretty empty, pretty full, where a 50% capacity in a 1,000 square foot space, you can count everybody and know who's in there, and it looks like they're being hit much more restrictively. That is not an excuse, but just what it is. We actually had a conversation a few weeks ago with the Retailers Association, and many of those establishments are represented on that group. And I really asked them to reach out to their local public healths and to start a relationship with them, because we're hearing these complaints all of the time, and that the X, Y, and Z store is absolutely ignoring it. There's way more than 50% capacity. Meanwhile, they're reassuring me that they're way below 50% capacity. In fact, in many of their stores, they're at 30% capacity or less. And so how does that equate? Well, sometimes it's just messaging. It's making sure that folks know that they are in fact enforcing guidelines, that they are counting as you come into the door, that they have 50% capacity restrictions set up. And so we've definitely been working with the retailers to see what ways we can better work together for both messaging and then also making sure that they're supporting their communities too and abiding by that 50% rule.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paula. Charlie, and then Ingrid.
Thanks, Mara. I apologize for coming back, but Paula just raised something that question somebody asked me today. We, from Glenwood to Aspen, and kind of from Glenwood out to Parachute, we're kind of a region.
Yeah.
Is there a way to do a regional 5-star program, which would cross? I mean, we got Eagle, Pickett, and Garfield County in that region, or does it have to be all in one county?
So unfortunately, at this time, it would have to be all one county. And the reason for that is that those other counties, you mentioned Eagle and Pitkin, already have different restrictions. And so that's what's challenging, is that it's that it would be discrepant, and we would want to make sure that everybody's held to the same standard.
Ingrid, do you mind if I jump in real quick? I got a quick follow-up question. So Mara, hi, thank you very much for joining us tonight. If you're able to stay on for a little bit, I think we're gonna have a lot of questions and comment section, and I'd love to keep you around if you're willing, because I think a lot of questions.
My 2-year-old might have an opinion on that, but I will do my best.
You know what? Yeah, absolutely. I get it. You know, one of the questions I have, and it's just following up kind of with Paula and Charlie, is if we, in our county, we have very different rates, you know, according to the county's website of infection per community and different rates. And so if, for example, in Glenwood, our rates were able to go down and stay down for 2 weeks, I'm talking about the 5-star program here. Mm-hmm. And if we wanted to, in Glenwood only, and just so to not muddy the question, if just Glenwood wanted to do this, could we work with, we have to work under an LPA. Does it have to be our county's LPA, or could it be a adjacent county's LPA? Could we contract with a state LPA? What does that look like if we're not able to either reach an agreement or the county was not willing to provide that oversight?
It's a really great question, and I appreciate that. We would want to make sure that there is a public health influence on your administrative committee, and we'll work with you when that time comes to figure out who best that would be if your county is unable to do it, to ensure that there is a LPHA presence.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. The other question I have is more of a just help me understand question. We have, you know, your guidelines are the 3 factors. I'm looking at the again, the county's dials and all that stuff that they have in Garfield County Public Health, but the 3 factors that CDBHE that contribute to the overall score. As you mentioned, we've never seen higher 2-week incident rates. Our test positivity rate at 14% is as high as it's ever been. But literally every day, and I say literally, most of the time I mean figuratively, but this time I actually mean literally, I think every day for the last 8 days, the days with stable or declining hospitalization has gone down. And so when I look at that factor, which is in the green, and maybe I'm just getting too color coded here because it's Christmas time, but I see one factor's kind of dangerously close to red, but it's in the orange. One's really in the red with a 2-week incident rate, but the other one looks great. And I think that the layman, which I am, looks at that and says, we have a ton of hospital capacity. You know, at the end of the day, people are going in, getting treated, going home, and it's not as severe, whatever. Can you explain to us, because the other thing we also hear from our hospital is that from some people is they're strained, from some people they're very strained, but the word that we keep hearing everywhere is we're strained. How does that jive with when you see 12 days of stable or declining? That makes me feel like we have plenty of hospital capacity. Can you tell me how that figure is arrived at?
It's a really great question, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about it. So our hospitalization data is true that it's stable and declining for 8 days, but the previous days you had a 4-day admission and then an admission every day leading up to that. And so while you might be stable right now, that doesn't mean that you're stable at a rate you should be, because your hospital system could be strained. We recognize that the dial can be pretty misleading in that, and have had lots of discussions with our hospital team that we should really be trying to show better data on that section of the COVID dial website, because it can be really challenging. We've also heard from other hospitals other counties that they've in fact had hospital admissions, but because our system is slow and doesn't always update appropriately, it doesn't show that on that. We have, there are a couple of different reporting systems that the state uses, and they don't always talk as well to each other as they should. So.
Gotcha. That helped a little bit. You know, the last question I have, I think for now, we might get more after public comment, but you know, one of the things I'm hearing from businesses is, you know, the thing, and we don't want this either. We don't want the state to come in because of local confusion that's been created, and come in and take business license and liquor license and shut folks down. And obviously, if there's folks that are just being blatant about it and you know, wanting to prove a point, then I understand, that it is what it is. That being said, what would you say to the businesses in our community that are struggling, that are trying to keep employees going because they don't want to lay off employees before Christmas? They have to put food on the family for on the table for their families. You know, what advice, I guess, on the enforcement side, because we don't want that kind of enforcement action to have to be widespread. So I guess, taking some of the histrionics that I just put into it out of the question is, what would you just say to the businesses in Glenwood Springs to help protect themselves the best they can from a scenario like that even starting?
It is such a challenging question, and a one that's on everybody's hearts and minds. I think it's the thing that from a public health perspective that we grapple with, because we see the data and we know the epi trends and we know what we all should be doing in order to mitigate the spread of COVID. And then on the other hand, we know the economic impacts. And from a public health perspective, we also know the mental health impacts, that we're going to be dealing with this as a public health response for years, decade to come. There's no doubt about that. And so how do you balance all of that in a response? And from the beginning, Governor Polis has always shared that we've got to have our response be data-driven, that we have to make sure that these capacity limits and things that we put into place follow the science, and making sure that's where we lead. And so that's why we have the capacity restrictions that we have. But to explain that to somebody who, again, is trying to pay their employees is heartbreaking. And I'm not a small business owner. I don't have that struggle, and I can't imagine it. That's really where we are working very closely with the congressional delegation and making sure that there's some sort of federal relief package passed. I am cautiously optimistic that it's happening this week, because we need relief. We need to make sure that our small business owners and communities do. When special session came back, we worked diligently to make sure that there was relief that was in those bills, that we could at least give something to those business owners to make sure that they had some incentive, in perfect honesty, to continue following state guidelines. Was it enough? Not even close. We understand that. We recognize that. Unfortunately, we were constrained by the pile of money that we had. At the end of the day, we understand that these decisions feel unfair no matter what. We are asking you to put others and safety and the health of not just you and your family, but also those who would be visiting your establishment, who would be visiting then their grandparents or their immunocompromised person, that we're putting those restrictions in place to stop this or to slow the spread of COVID. And by thinking about those people that would be affected if you didn't put in those capacity limits, bring that into your mind as we're working on that. Does that help? I don't know, but we hear you, and we're hoping that we will have a federal response here soon.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Ingrid, I did see your hand up. Did you get your question answered?
You know, truthfully, I was just going to say that after having listened to you through this presentation, Mara, which we so appreciate your time and knowledge and expertise in this, mostly just that we are one of many tourist and ski towns across the state, and we have full hotels and restaurants that historically would have fed the tourists who come to our communities. If you hear of any creative solutions and all of those things, the more community minded we are on a state level and a local level, please share them with us. We have exhausted our staff. I think we're constantly sending them ideas of things that we hear. We just want to make sure that when we come through this, that our businesses are intact, because they are our priority as much as our citizens. And we appreciate everything that you guys are doing.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I think, problem solving and sharing with others in your communities of how they're doing it is wonderful. I'm so glad to hear that you are. Anything that the state can do, especially as you're thinking about setting up a 5-star program, to offer advice, to give direction, we are here. I'm always available to make sure to bounce ideas off of and make sure that your application is one that we can really move through. We've set up the application so that you answer the questions, you have the support letters. We can process that really within 24 hours at this point in time. We want to be there to make sure that you can move forward.
Mara, one more question, I guess, is, you kind of outlined some of the steps, and I think as a community, we want to, now that we're in the red, our county's in the red, we want to be able to preserve our business's ability to apply for those funds you mentioned through Senate Bill 1.
Yep.
When is that funding coming down and is going to be available? And can you speak a little bit about what is required of a community for that, to preserve the business's ability to access those funds?
Happy to. So the bill really outlines a couple of key components. One is that either the municipality or county must be in compliance with the capacity restrictions or under a variance, such as the 5-star program, that are the level red capacity restrictions. And so if Glenwood Springs has put those into place, then you are eligible for those dollars as of December 10th. It's one of the reasons why we wanted to make sure any movement on the dial, to be fair to Garfield County, was on or before December 10th. Within December 10th through December 31st, you need to be able to show compliance with the public health order, again, with a variance or not, which means that you are doing everything you can as a municipality or county to enforce and to enact that public health order, that you're communicating with your businesses and constituents. And then December 31st, applications, I believe, from DOLA. I believe you can apply to DOLA right now, 95% positive, if not starting on Monday. And then they will have checked your compliance through the 31st. And then I believe dollars will be going out there within by February 2nd, I believe is the date. And so it's a very quick turnaround of dollars. I know it doesn't feel fast, but from a state perspective, that is lightning fast. And so.
Thanks. Steve Davis.
I just like to say we really appreciate your time here, and I know we've taken a lot of it. I'm a downtown business owner, and in Glenwood, I think Glenwood has been very proactive. We have done, and I travel quite a bit nationally, and I see Glenwood as being like over the top, and everybody's wearing a mask. Everybody's, got sanitizer at their door and doing all the things that we would hope the entire county would do. And I guess what you're telling us is that, and I always struggle with, I see these numbers. I don't know where these numbers come from. And I guess you don't either. You're telling us that, you collect them county-wide. Well, our Garfield County is 100 miles long. It goes all the way to the Utah border. And when I leave Glenwood and head west, you don't have to get very far where you find that nobody's wearing a mask. Nobody's distancing. Everybody's all gathered up. And yet we're taking because of the size of Glenwood and the fact that we're a tourist community, we're certainly taking the brunt of this, the action by the county-wide. Is there no thought as to where these numbers come from? Is it Western Garfield County, and it must be, is Glenwood actually in really good shape?
So when I have seen a heat map, if you will, of Garfield, Glenwood isn't in a bad shape. That it seemed that you are doing things right. There is still community spread. There's no doubt. But I'm happy, sir, to work with your LPHA and make sure that we can pull those numbers a little bit more with more specificity. Goodness gracious, I cannot say that word tonight. To make sure that we can get back to you and see what that looks like, and also see what that looks like for your application for 5-star as well.
I think that's him saying thank you. That's okay. I'll pass it on. Mara, I just have one last question. Now, we do have on the agenda tonight, just because you have a 2-year-old that you're going to have to deal with at some point. I don't want to let you go before I ask you this question, but we have on our agenda, it's the very last item under correspondence. There's a letter that got added to our agenda packet yesterday. So if people haven't seen it, it's from CAS, Colorado Association of Ski Towns. And it's a request to the state that ski towns and resort communities such as Glenwood be allowed to blanket have indoor dining at 25%, understanding there's going to be a large influx over the holidays. And I believe the letter is specific for the holidays. And I'm not asking you to respond to that letter because we as a council have not taken action on it, and we won't till the very end of the night, so I don't want to keep you on for 3 hours. But I do want to, as the representative of this council to the Colorado Association of Ski Towns, encourage you to look at that letter, encourage you to have your boss, Jill Ryan, and your boss's boss, Governor Polis, look at that letter and consider that. Because I think that, we would love to, if there's evidence based and reason that you can find, to be able to, in a right manner, allow us to be at least a 25% indoor dining. I think that's something that all of our businesses would greatly appreciate, if not just for the holiday season. So I'll put that plug in just on behalf of myself, knowing that this council hasn't weighed in on it, and maybe some of you haven't even seen that. So I will leave it at that, understanding that I should not have even said it since it's not on the agenda as the last item, as our attorney is sitting there squirming.
I really appreciate that. I won't speak on behalf of the letter, mostly because I actually knew that it was out there, but have not read it yet. Haven't seen it in my inbox, but we'll make sure to consult with Director Ryan and to make sure that she is aware of it, as well with Governor Polis, and see what next steps are.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Do staff have any questions of for CDPHE Representative Mara?
I just would ask, Mayor, if Mara has the time. I think you were going to take some public comment. I don't know if any questions will come out of that she might be best suited to answer. I don't want to hang on to her if, long days, I know. But anyway, I just figured I'd throw that out there if you were going to take public comment.
It's my intention to take public comment, and if you're able to hang out with us for as long as you can, I understand kids get in the way, and we do appreciate the time you've given us, but if you're able to hang on for a little bit, I think it'd be really helpful to the community if they had questions. If you're able to, great. I will turn it over to, I'm going to be a presumptive yes on that for you. And just let us know if you need to check out. Attendees, I will turn this over now for public comment, knowing that we have a representative here that is in Denver and has had a long day. If you have questions specifically or comments for CDPHE, please raise your hand first. There's going to be, I don't know, maybe few, maybe not any, but if you can raise your hand first to ask those questions so we can get her on her way and to her young children, that would be, I think, very honoring of her time. If you have questions for us, if you want to reserve those towards the end, I will give a full minute pause before I close public comment so that no one gets left behind. I'm not going to cut anybody off. So with that, let's take it to public comment. Please raise your hand, give your name, address if you're able to, and you have 3 minutes. Sorry, hold on a sec. Okay, anybody from the public? That was my daughter delivering me dinner, so sorry about that. Okay, we have a comment or a question. Joe O, you are on. Unmute yourself. It's in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yes, hi. My name is Joseph Ortiz, and I was curious. You said that there was 60% unknown. You never really answered the question, though. I was curious as to what the actual number was that came from the bars and restaurants and the number of cases of spread. Second part of the question also, have you tried closing some of the big box stores, leaving the restaurants and bars open, see if the numbers drop even more? I know that you said that you just by closing the bars and restaurants that you see a decrease in numbers through that, but have you tried doing the latter and possibly closing some of the bigger stores and seeing if that also will help drop numbers even further? That is all.
Thanks, Joe. Mara, if you'd like to answer, that'd be awesome.
Thank you for your comment. Really appreciate that. It depends on the community as to the amount of transmission that we've seen in restaurants, but it's usually between 3 and 5%. But again, with the large number of unknowns, because we do know that closed settings without a mask do increase the chance for COVID transmission. I appreciate the concept, Joe, of shutting those larger big box retailers. The challenge with that is that we're really seeing that there's mask enforcement in those stores, that there's a forced sort of physical distancing, and there's also a lack of time spent. A dinner out is rarely less than 15 minutes. And so the longer you spend in close proximity, the greater chance that you have of contracting COVID-19. In a big box store, you're moving around, you're walking, there's more ventilation, you're wearing a mask. I do think that that's a point well taken, though, about different policy levers, and appreciate the insight.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for that question. Who's next? "50 attendees and only one question. This feels like a county commissioner meeting."
I
That's
think that's what I'm going to take my cue then and say thank you so much, everybody, and have a great
Should.
night.
Thank you very
I
much.
do really appreciate it.
We so appreciate you being able to
All
come
right, thank you very
here.
much for being here.
Thanks all. Good
All right,
night.
thank you so much. All right, continuing public comment, Troy Casey.
Hi, everybody. Troy Casey. I'm the owner of Casey Brewing and Blending in Glenwood Springs. I guess I missed getting to talk to the representative from the CDPHE, but my question was, how are we going to delineate or separate the case count in from Garfield County to Glenwood Springs, since Valley View Hospital is in Glenwood Springs and Garfield County? Is all that data going to get funneled into the city of Glenwood Springs? Or maybe that's what she was talking about when she's going to work with us, how to separate that out. That was my question. Thank you all for accepting it.
Yeah, and yeah, I really appreciate that, Troy. I think, what we can do is we can take these questions down and email Mara or the state and see if we can get some more clarity on that. Carl, do you have something to add?
What I was going to say is that I think on the data collection, like at the hospital, when they're doing case intakes, they're identifying what community you're from, not just that you arrived at Valley View Hospital. And so they're able to, I think, more granularly look at that data. And I think that's what Mara was referencing, is working with the county or the hospital to make sure that they have that more finely detailed information for us to be able to base a 5-star program and our progress here in Glenwood on.
All right. Other public comment. Greg Lemke.
Yes, hello, everybody. It's not so much a question. I had a couple quick conversations with a few people from the city over the last couple of days, and they invited me tonight to offer, I guess, a few comments. So I think I should preface my comment, I guess, with the fact that really, really grateful with everything that the city has done so far. Oh, I should identify who I am. I'm the owner of Rocky Mountain Pizza Company in downtown Glenwood. So back to my comments. I'm very grateful for everything that the city has done. Getting the parklet was very easy. The heaters that they've supplied us are wonderful, and all of those things help. And even the blankets are maybe help to lure people in to eat at the 2 tables that we have outside at the moment. But I think the conversations that I had with the people from the city, they sort of wanted me to comment on some things that I thought maybe my experience or restaurateur's experience during COVID. And the 2 or 3 bullet points that I guess I would make are that since the transition to orange and then more recently red, I find myself looking for guidance from the city, and I see comments from the county, but not so much guidance from the city. And that can be frustrating and sometimes difficult because we don't really know where we are. I also feel like because of what the BOCC has done and their resolution that deem us critical, but really not stand behind us in case we decide to stay open and risk our liquor licenses, I feel like there's a bit of a lack of unity. And although I don't really know many of the other restaurant owners in downtown Glenwood, I do know a few of them. And we're not all on the same page anymore. And that's an entirely different feeling from the feeling I've had in the small city since I moved here about 5 years ago. So I feel like the unity, it maybe is waning. And then and the last thing that I wanted to say is, and this is easy for me. I should also say it's easy for me because I'm a pizza shop owner and I still have a decent takeout business. But I would very much like to follow what the state wants us to do, because I feel like COVID is all around us. I have young kids who work. The spread at the high school is rampant right now. And if we don't close down and follow what the state would like us to do, I think there's a good chance that it will affect the rest of our winter and the ski season, when really our numbers and the tourism could be better. So those are my comments. I see 9 seconds anyway. I probably could say a little bit more, but I appreciate you taking my comments. And Debbie, I hope that's sort of the purpose that you want to serve.
Boy, you got that in 3 minutes. You must have rehearsed that a lot. Greg, thank you very much for those comments. I appreciate that. Let's see. Further comments from the public. Like I said, I'll keep it open for a little bit because we have a lot of interest, and I want to make sure everybody is heard. Okay. I think I've given it the old college try. I will bring it back to council. Yeah, this was a presentation, but I think, I think our staff, we received a memo from our city attorney and detailing kind of where we're at and some of the challenges we face. So, Carl, would you like to go?
Yeah, I think I would like to make a few comments, and I really appreciate the last set of comments about the lack of consistency in message, and the BOCC resolution recommending to businesses that they seemingly to recommend to businesses that they violate state law, but that they to do so at their own risk, with no indemnity from the county and no backup from the county, no protections from the county. And I do think if you read the whole resolution, it was very clear that there are no protections to these businesses whatsoever if they follow the guidance that the county put out. And that concerns me greatly because there are significant risks to our business community. And all you have to do is do a Google search on Weld County and liquor licenses to see that the state has, in numerous instances, through Department of Revenue, come in and pulled liquor licenses. The county also, I think, did a disservice to the public by not really describing the enforcement mechanisms that the state could use. They described what they thought they would use, but not what the state has used or can use. And one of those that is most devastating to a business is that they can come in and summarily revoke your liquor license and seize all of the liquor on your premises. And you have been effectively shut down immediately. And they can do that then. They need to hold a hearing within 15 days. But that's not a back and forth. That's not 2 weeks of letters going back and forth or a month of letters going back and forth. That's an immediate and truly an irreparable harm to a business when that happens. And so I just, the city of Glenwood Springs is not doing that. I also want to correct misinformation that was put out at an economic development meeting today by one of the commissioners that the Glenwood police were walking around shutting down business. And that is simply false. What we are trying very hard to do is make sure that businesses understand the risks that are associated with the decision of the county commissioners. That having been said, I will tell you that, and I wanted to raise this, the state rolled out the 5-star program guidelines today. And as you know, I work for multiple jurisdictions across the state, and I work in Summit County. And this morning, I got a text from my city manager in Silverthorne that I needed to be ready to review an IGA for a 5-star program that was rolling out with inspections starting tomorrow in Summit County. And so it's entirely possible that if we are working together, we could have this program in place and we could protect the rest of our winter season. Summit County worked together collectively as both municipalities and the county and has been bringing their numbers down. And it has been a very difficult 3.5 weeks in Summit County. But now they have something to look forward to because, they're ready to go for the rest of the ski season and the holiday season. And I just cannot stress enough how important it is for us to be able to take advantage of that program, and that it is happening. It's not a carrot out there that doesn't exist. It really is happening. It's happening in a county that is still in red. Municipalities are being trained on how to do the inspections and literally are starting tomorrow morning. So, I mean, that's the backdrop to what's going on and what the possibilities are for us. And so I was incredibly happy to hear the state say that they could work with us if we were struggling to have a local LPHA to work with, that they could help us with that, because I think there's so much potential here for us to really help our business community. And so that was really the biggest thing I wanted to bring to the table tonight, was just really to talk about there are risks associated with this. And one of the biggest risks associated with that program is the county wants you to post a sign on your door that says you're violating the law. And so as soon as you post that sign on the door, you're not going to be eligible for a 5-star program. You're not going to be eligible for aid under SB1. You're likely not going to be eligible for aid from a federal stimulus package, and you likely aren't going to be eligible for any aid from the city. And so, you know, it is a really huge risk that you are running. And there again, City of Glenwood Springs at this point, there have been a few businesses that we have had repeated complaints on that we are investigating. We've taken no enforcement actions to date with any of those businesses. We continue to try to educate and get compliance through the softest means possible, if you will, by communication and education. The Stop the Spread campaign is incredibly important. And so I think all of those things put together, along with all of the work that the city has done to, you know, from the igloos to the shelters, to the heaters, to the blankets, to the direct financial aid, those are all things that are positives with us moving forward. And I guess at this moment in time, I think it is, I do think that it was a great comment about losing that unity. I think we can continue to move forward as a community. And we have the tools to do that, but I don't want businesses to get hammered unnecessarily. And I think that's really the message that we're trying to get out. Happy to answer any questions regarding the memo. I ran through in that memo all the various tools that the state agencies had to enforce against the businesses or the county. And as Councilor Hershey pointed out, when he had to recuse himself, a lot of that enforcement flows through the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office over in Vail is actually undertaking those enforcement actions. So, I mean, these are real things. And so the state's not going to ignore Garfield County because the commissioners asked them to ignore Garfield County. I think that is naive on everybody's part to believe that that's going to be the case. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Well, Carl did bring up a point. You know, we do have we did fund, I believe, to, gosh, $400,000. You know, Deborah can fact check me here, but we put out on average $2,300 per business grant back in May. And we had planned to do another round of that. That was specifically focused on restaurants, knowing and recognizing how disproportionately they were being affected by this. Those checks are, you know, they're ready to go out. We're ready to get that out into the community. But I think staff probably needs some guidance from us. If a restaurant decides to open in violation of state law and post the sign and have indoor eating, do we feel as a council that that restaurant should be eligible for at least our grant funding? And
Mr. Mayor, I think I'd have to interject. And if I understood what Mara was saying correctly, we have to, as a community, we as a city have to be in compliance with the public health orders. And I think there's a real risk that if we fund a business that is operating in violation of the public health order, that we as the city have been operating or encouraging operations in violation of the public health order and may lose our ability to qualify for the 5-star program. So I think that's one of the things you guys need to factor in as you make that decision.
So that would also be the Senate Bill 1 funding as well.
That would also
correct?
be the Senate Bill 1 funding as well. Right. Okay. You're right. Both the 5-star and the SB1 funding.
Okay.
I can tell you guys, Friday night, immediately I started getting phone calls from restaurants who were not providing indoor dining, telling me we should not provide taxpayer dollars to restaurants who were doing this while they were not, and they were losing money. And I said that a lot nicer than they said it.
And Charlie has his hand up and so does Ingrid, but I will just piggyback on that very quickly. I also got several calls about that. And I think that the gentleman from Rocky Mountain Pizza who spoke about division and kind of a schism in the community, that I think is what's happening. There's the ones that are following different orders and able to make money because they are not following state law. And then there's ones that are, and I think it puts restaurants in our community in a very adversarial position towards each other. Charlie.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think most council knows this, I've been working with the chamber and a group of people who has formed a committee to look at the 5-star program. And we had a meeting, we've had 2 meetings already this week. We have another meeting tomorrow on that issue. And so, what I'd like to do is be able to continue to proceed with that group and hopefully figure out a way to do this. And one of the decisions we may need to make is, do we do this as a countywide group or do we do this as a municipal group? And I guess I'd like some direction from the council on that issue. That's one point. The second point is with both Carl and Jonathan, you both indicated, and a little bit what Deborah said, that some of the problem I understand is from the restaurants that may be open is they don't necessarily know what the rules are. It isn't that they're saying we're not going to follow them. I think some of them just don't know what the rules are because they're either getting different messages or they're not paying attention. I don't mean it in a bad way. They're not paying attention what's going on because they're struggling to survive. So I think it's one of the things that we really need to be careful about. And one of the citizens comment on this, we need to get a clear message out to all the affected businesses, the restaurants, the gyms, all that kind of things that are affected by what may be level orange by the county saying, but is not allowed under level red, that they need to be aware that this is a problem and that this is the rule of the state. And the state has superior authority over the county on this issue, is my understanding of how that works. So I think it's important we get that message out. Finally, as to the grant funds, first of all, we shouldn't give grant funds to somebody who's not following the rules. But I think even more importantly, if you got a restaurant that's open, they're earning money. And we ought to be giving more money to those restaurants that are closed and not being open, because they're going to need it more because they're not generating the same revenue as the restaurants that are open. So it's just on an equitable basis. I think we ought to be looking at not giving money to restaurants that are doing dine-in, as long as they're aware that that they're doing it. If they stop doing it and they agree they're going to continue to stop doing it, then they should get part of that financial aid package that we were hoping to get released. I think those are my comments, but I really think we need to be real clear and somehow I think we've got a email list that we can send out to all at least the liquor holders, saying liquor license holders, indicating here's the rules under the state. This is what we understand you need to follow or you should be following. And if you want to get aid from us, the state and possibly even the federal government, you need to follow these rules or that aid won't be there.
Thanks, Charlie. Ingrid and then Shelley.
Okay, thank you. I thank you, Charlie. I totally echo a lot of your comments. In addition, I want to mention just what a few of the folks who've talked this evening have said, and that is that there remains some ambiguity and some just confusion about who's doing what and where and when and how do we move forward. I have attempted to keep up with everything Garfield County is doing, but just on the record, I want to make sure that at this point, they're not offering any support financially to any of these restaurants, correct? There's nothing out there past or future that they have put aside funds during this time
Yeah, I mean, I think the silence is
Yeah.
probably an affirmation, but I have not heard from any. I was at the commissioner meeting Monday, and I asked the commissioners if they would consider that. We will have a letter later in the evening that asks for the commissioners to contribute funds to the businesses countywide as well. But to my knowledge, as far as direct support to businesses, I have not heard any. Paula, have you heard different?
Yeah.
I was listening to BOCC yesterday morning, and I want to get this right. But the way I understood it, they felt that the actions that they have taken have given a hand up to these businesses, and they don't need a hand out, is the way it was referred to, and it was referenced back to actually Jonathan's ask on Monday morning. So I know it was in reference to that when they said that. So I don't think at this point in time they have given many funds to like rent assistance and food and that type of stuff. But
Yeah.
not,
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
And as from what I know, there's no plan at this time.
Okay. So other than, put a sign out that indicates that you are not in compliance with the state regulation and allow that business that they'll continue to serve under orange regulations. So I think more than anything, Charlie's recommendation to get a letter out to people is definitely in line with where we need to be taking this. And then I'm comfortable with definitely giving money and funds to the businesses that are choosing to follow the state guidelines as well. I want all the businesses to succeed and to stay successful and profitable. But ultimately, I agree with Carl in that we can't be doing it if it's in a direct, non-compliance with the state.
And Ingrid, just to be clear, I forgot to say something. I need to make sure it's out there so it can be discussed. If we can get this 5-star program available in Garfield County and or in Glenwood, it's probably going to mean that we're going to have to contribute money to the chamber who would run the program, and they can run it through their various foundations. And I want with the hope that the staff will be given some leeway of doing that, because the county, very honestly, doesn't have the staff to do it. Josh Williams on the county health department has been in the committee, is willing to work with us, and I don't want to act like the county's not willing to work in the 5-star program, because they seem to be willing to do that. But they don't have money in the staffing. We have some other means we might be able to get these inspections and certifications done, but we may well have to put money in that to help our community, our restaurants and businesses that are subject to that beyond the grant money we've already given approval for.
And have you seen any quantifiable measure for what we should be giving or looking at giving to the chamber for that program? Was there any discussion on that?
We just got the guidelines late yesterday. The committee hasn't gotten together. Angie Anderson and I have talked about that issue. The problem right now is we don't know exactly how much time it's going to take to do these inspections and whether we can get enough volunteers. There's a couple of local businesses have volunteered their employees on the business's payroll to go out and do these inspections if we can get them properly certified. So that will help reduce that cost if we're able to make that work and the state accepts that type of a group. So we hope to be able to keep the cost down, but there's I think 70 some restaurants in Glenwood, I think 74 if I remember correctly, and then there's going to be gyms and other businesses that are also affected by this. So obviously the first thrust for the committee's point of view is get the restaurants hopefully qualified so they can do this. And again, remember, we can't do any of this until we get those numbers down I talked about my questions tomorrow at the beginning of the questions I asked. So, but hopefully we get everybody ready, the restaurants and everybody ready. And so all we have to do is say, here's our plan. Restaurants are ready to be certified as soon as you give us an approval, and we'll do it as fast as we can. That group is working very hard to get there.
So might I make a suggestion real quick is that it seems like there's some like work session stuff maybe we're talking about here with, and these are good questions, good information for public to have it because the guidelines just came out yesterday. we don't have a great understanding of one, who the willing and able partners are. We don't have, like, as Charlie referenced, any idea of, or any sight of our numbers going down right now. So there's not great urgency because we can't even take advantage of it. But I guess I would suggest that maybe we allow staff and Charlie, yourself as the representative working on this, to continue to work on this and then report back to council if that's okay.
That's fine. And again, we need to find out how many restaurants want to do this, because there is some, you should put the checklist up you all saw, and then we can get that sent out to you. But there's a lot of things that restaurants have to do in order to become certified.
Sure. Sorry to interrupt there, Ingrid. Were you done?
I only had one last thing, and that is that it would be really helpful for these businesses to let us know where they are ascertaining info, so that if in dialogue with all of us, let us know where the cleanest and the easiest way for us to make sure you have the most current info is. Share it with us so we know where we need to publish it.
All right. Shelley.
Thanks for the comments, and I agree with Ingrid and Charlie. I would really like to see us work towards the 5-star program, but I feel that it's important in order to do that, we have to be in compliance with the state. We have to be operating and encouraging our businesses and educating our businesses to operate at the red level. And, you know, I really do take the comments from Greg Limkow to heart that, you know, we've had a unity of our businesses and our businesses working together. And what Charlie just mentioned, the businesses working with the chamber and working throughout the county, and even with Josh at the county, to work towards a 5-star program. But if we don't qualify for that, if we're not operating at the red level, then I'm frankly quite confused by the BOCC's actions. And it's really put the city and our businesses in a very awkward position in this confusing status of, you know, what applies and how, in being at odds with the state while working within the county. And we clearly need to follow the minimum restrictions of the state, which is to operate at the red level. And Carl, I have a question for you, because from my understanding, what the BOCC actually did was not what they have allowed with restaurants is not really operating at the orange level. It's actually the yellow level, because it's the orange level with the variances, which allows the 50% indoor dining. Is that correct?
So yeah, that would be correct. The other thing is, I think we really just need to, it's easier to talk about what the BOCC is doing in terms of what they are actually doing versus kind of the language that was used.
Right.
Really, the only authority they have, and the county attorney acknowledged this at the meeting yesterday, or whatever day that was, yesterday or the day before, that they have no authority to change the state law. They are subject to the state law. What they're doing is that it would have been simpler had they just said, we're not enforcing the state law as it relates to COVID-19 anymore. That would have been a simpler statement that people could have understood. They have all these other things that are put around it, but the reality is the only policy-making authority they have is that they directed, both as the BOCC and as the Board of Health, they directed staff not to enforce state law. That's really what that resolution ultimately did. So the question of what law applies, I think even the county attorney agrees with. The law that applies is the law of the state that Mara just laid out on this call. So
right.
That's the law.
And that's what I would like, yeah. Oh, sorry, Carl.
No, that's it. And so they're just choosing not to enforce that.
Okay.
Or suggesting they'll only enforce it to a certain level, which is where a lot of this confusion comes in. The reality is they're just choosing not to enforce.
And can we take action in Glenwood Springs to say that we do want to enforce and work to the level red restrictions, the state restrictions within our city, and show that unity and that leadership to our businesses?
You certainly can. We, to this point, have not had the direction from council to aggressively enforce the regulations. We have, like we do with so many things, you know, our first goal is to get voluntary compliance, right?
Right. And I would like to see that also.
Yeah, I mean, that, and quite honestly, we're, you know, I would guess that we will wind up at 90% or better voluntary compliance on most of these things within Glenwood Springs. And that's just Glenwood, right? That's who all these business owners are.
Yeah, and these are hard times. I'm not looking for.
Right, and so that's where, I've really been hesitant to suggest to council, and in my memo, I suggested that, some of the more aggressive things that we could do, even if you chose to go down an enforcement path that is more, aggressive or rigid than what you have directed us in the past. There are still some things that I wouldn't suggest doing just because we don't have the capacity to react that quickly.
And I wouldn't want to do that to businesses. I like the education approach more, but I guess I'm wondering is in order for us as a city to show compliance with the state so that we can qualify for 5-star and start to work on, as a community, getting our incident rate down, and so that we can open up more fully, do we need to make a policy statement for the city?
And I think you guys have, which is that you want to comply, and you always have said that you're going to comply with the state law. I think you heard Mara say tonight that everything we're doing is what we need to be doing. Okay. And I look to the language of like SB1, which says good faith effort to enforce or encourage compliance. I think is the language in the state is in SB1. And so I think all of those things, we're taking those steps, and certainly we are, to the extent that public health, Garfield County Public Health is doing any enforcement actions, we cooperate with them. And certainly to the extent that the state comes in and does any enforcement actions, we're not going to impede those enforcement actions. So I think all of that, we don't have to be the agency that is, issuing a show cause order. Now, that having been said, we are starting to feel some public pressure about not enforcing against some businesses that have occasionally been seemingly flagrant, I can't say the word.
Flagrantly.
Thank you, violating regulations. So I may come back to you at the next meeting and say, look, I need you to, to kind of give me more latitude. But I think for right now, I'd like us to stay focused on compliance through education.
Okay. And from what I understand in the community, most of our businesses are taking that cautionary approach to protect their employees and protect their customers by closing the indoor dining and working on takeout. And it's a tough position to be there. And I would like us to be able to get beyond that as soon as possible. And it sounds like the best way to do that is to comply with the red level restrictions as a community and get that spread down.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the graphs were really illustrative of what you can do. And that's why I raised the example of my work in Summit County and where we're at there with communities on getting a 5-star program up, and everybody's just banded together and working really hard to make that happen because they want to save the rest of the season. It's it's not just about today, it's about tomorrow, and it's about the next week and the next month and the next couple of months. It's and I take a lot of comfort from the fact that the state moved that fast with that program in a place that was willing and ready and able to go. So
that's great. Yep. And we also have we're working with the chamber and other cities and even the county on the United to Stop the Spread campaign, which I think is important also. But I support us working towards what we need to do to go after the 5-star program.
All right. Let's try to maybe make some last brief comments because we're pretty far behind. This is a great conversation. So, if we need to have it go on a little bit longer, that's fine. But Paula and then Steve.
My question is kind of directed at Charlie. Charlie, I happen to know that, and I'm sure most people do, that the 5-star program we're working on right now has some county involvement and is coordinating with the various chambers in the county. Can you kind of address how we would deal with this differently, or what you kind of see, or something along the lines if we pull back and say, no, it's just going to be the city of Glenwood, or it's going to be Glenwood and Carbondale, or I kind of feel like we've moved down a path, and I'm kind of curious if we can backtrack.
I think the initial focus, at least from my point of view, is we can make it county-wide. And yes, Josh Williams from the health department has been at every meeting we've been in and been very supportive. And the county, authorized him to work with our group and said I think the county supports a 5-star program. I think they've been clear on that. The issue that we may have to look at, and I can't answer your question more directly than this, Paula, but is if there's an issue that the western part of the county isn't as willing to get their restaurants to do the various things that are required. Can we continue to be a countywide group, or do we need, and that's why I ask questions, do we need to make it more of a Glenwood Center group and invite anybody else that wants any other municipality to join us in that effort? I think Newcastle would be interested in joining us. I'm not sure yet about Carbondale, but they haven't directly addressed those issues at a council level. We've just been talking to the chamber representatives. So did I answer your question? I think I did, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, and is your sense that Josh would continue to help if it was a more limited group?
He seems to be more than willing and eager to work with us. He doesn't have to do anything, and I don't mean in a bad sense, he doesn't do anything. He has to monitor what we're doing, and he is the representative to the local public health authority that is required by the state that you need to have in the committee. And we've all been real clear that we appreciate his attendance and his feedback, but we're not expecting either he or any other members from the health department staff who are already stretched thin and have a lot of contract employees for contact tracing to be expanded. That's where putting money into the program may become something I would be coming back as a member of that committee to the city and say, we need to contribute some money to the chamber to get this moving.
Okay, thanks.
Steve Davis, are you going to keep talking?
I haven't even started.
I'm
I'm concerned for Glenwood Springs, and we represent Glenwood Springs. And I think it's real easy for Glenwood Springs to become compliant, and probably easier for us to get a 5-star program going than it is to hold on to the hope that we're going to partner up and get some county-wide acceptance of this. I don't want to see us join forces with the county and then 30 days from now be in a position where we're like, okay, well, that didn't work, so let's start all over. I think we need to focus on our community. If there's other communities that would like to join us in that, then maybe that's acceptable. But somebody please tell us what we can expect as the timeline for this 5-star program if we go at it from just our community standpoint. And Jonathan, you said something about the fact we got to turn our numbers around. I'm not convinced our numbers aren't turned around.
Well, then I see Carl unmuted himself, but let me just take a first crack at this. I think what we saw in the presentation from Mara Bruzy-Witchard is that when communities go to level red, the numbers do decline. And I think, if you log on, Steve, to the county COVID website, you can see it's cases halfway down. There's cases per 10,000 residents by city. We were great for a week. We were only number 3. Silt and Rifle were ahead of us, but we pulled the last couple of days ahead of Rifle. So we have some of the highest cases reported of anywhere in the county. Now that doesn't mean if we as a community take level red seriously. I think our charts and our decline, at least from what our CDPHE representative was saying tonight, should reflect significant decrease in cases and numbers and statistics, which I think would land us in a better position. And so not to take over your comments, but I think I agree with you 100% is that, I don't want to be reliant on other parts of the county to continue to, we need to be self-determined in this portion of the county. We don't have great statistics now, according to the county webpage. I think moving ahead, it's very difficult for me to advocate to continue to work with Josh Williams and the county public health when they are the ones that are creating this chaos in our communities by advising and giving these restaurants such really poor advice and recommendation. And and I don't blame the restaurants, because if I was them, I would be grabbing on to anything like a life preserver right now. And for them to throw, it's like them throwing a life preserver made of lead. You know, it is a false hope that is going to sink them if the state comes in. And so I think we need, and you know, I guess I'll ask for some council support in this. I think we need to follow Mara's suggestion of contracting or having staff, turning it over to staff to start to dig into this about who, maybe from Valley View, maybe from another community, who would have the appropriate, the LPA, who could start working with the state in a productive manner, not a confrontational manner, because that is not the relationship that the county has with the state. They can say they have a good relationship with the state, and we're talking all the time, but they're in significant conflict. We are not. I don't want to be in significant conflict with the state. I don't want to put our businesses in that position. I don't want to cost them the ability to apply for funds with SB1 or for the city or for federal stimulus money in the future, or to jeopardize their liquor license or business license, or to jeopardize their liquor license when it comes back before the city 6 months or a year from now. So that I'm totally hijacking your comments, Councilor Davis, and this is probably why you don't talk as long as everybody else, because people just talk over you like I just did. And so I apologize. I will stop and I will let you have your mic back.
No, it's okay. I'm concerned about the compliance issue, and I guess that's a requirement of this 5-star program. And anything that we as a community need to do to be certain of compliance, I would support. I think it's great to assume that it's just a matter of education. All you got to do is tell somebody, and we certainly should start there. But if that doesn't work, we don't want to lose our opportunities over perceived non-compliance by the state. We have to stand up for all of these businesses, and we may have to make some tough decisions along the lines of compliance. That being said, and I'll end it with this, somebody please tell me what the possible timeline is for this 5 stars. Are we holding on to spring break hopes here, or is this something that we could actually, our crystal ball might say it could be 2 weeks?
Steve, if I had to, from what I saw, and I'll just use my example of having worked through it, the critical issue is getting the numbers to turn. So having the data to know where the numbers are at and then seeing the numbers start to decline for us, that's the critical piece. And that's kind of the 2-week path, right? If we could see that happening today, or if we were partway through that today, if you will, and have the data to show those numbers coming down, I think you could implement within 2.5 or 3 weeks. That's sort of the timeline that we were on as soon as we got the approval to go forward over in Summit County. Literally, public health started training city employees from the various communities in Summit County today so they could go do inspections in restaurants tomorrow. And they got the nod from the state late in the day on late yesterday, I think. So after business hours yesterday. So it can happen that fast. And, I think in this period that we have, this couple of weeks, as we hopefully see the bend in that curve, we're going to be thinking about how we handle those issues that Charlie identified. Where do we get employees? Are those going to be city employees doing inspections? Are they going to be from other businesses? Do we hire temp workers? I think we could do any of those things. And I think now we have a template to work off of that's going to make it go a lot faster for us as compared to the Mesa model, which they sort of got it done over time. I think now we're going to see a couple of these counties move very quickly, and we're going to have good templates on what we need to do and how we need to check the boxes to get the sign off from the state. So I think it could be 3 weeks, we could be up and going.
If
And
I could
obviously,
just add,
obviously, you know, we're not going to put it out on an agenda when we see we're ready for the next agenda. It's going to be like, you know, when that happens, you'll call me in the morning and say, I need a meeting. And
Right.
And,
And honestly, to that point, I just told the city manager I work with, he's like, I'm going to assume that you're going to find a way for me to sign this IGA so I don't have to call a special meeting. And I was like, absolutely, because we need to get this done.
and Steve, just so you know, too, part of my thought of this 5-star program is that we now know what the restaurants are going to have to do. We can already begin working with the restaurants. So once we get the approval, we don't have to go and start working with them to get them certified. We're going to know they're close, and all we have to do is go and do the official certification. So I think we can use this time frame as we get the numbers down to get the restaurants that want to do this ready to open as soon as we get approval from the state. Carl, I just have one question. One question, Carl. In what I heard Mara say is one of the problems with the incident percentage is the number of tests. So in theory, if we get more people to test that are not positive, isn't that going to bring the number down?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think what she was trying to say is statistically, if you have the, random sample, the same percent are going to test positive if you're testing 100 people as 1,000. Although I think statistically you are better off testing 1,000 because you're probably going to get more negatives than you are, as your group to more people. So I do think an increase in testing is a positive thing. And you've got counties doing things like Pickens County is right now requiring, travelers coming in to test or quarantine. Well, certainly that's going to help those numbers. And so I don't know if that's something we could be looking at as well. It's kind of getting outside my wheelhouse.
so we ought to have all the healthy people go test tomorrow.
That's what I was pointing out.
All right. Any other brief comments? All right. Ingrid? All right, there we go. There we go.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't even stop myself. I have to say one last thing, and that is kind of to address the elephant in the room. To the community members and the business members, there are no like bad guys and good guys here. And if we spend our energy focusing on who's bad because they're implementing one rule or another, we're not focusing on the ultimate goal, and that is getting our businesses in compliance, keeping our businesses running, getting through and weathering this storm, and working together as a community to do it. We all have your best interest. We all want to get through this. And the sooner we do it, the better off we'll all be.
Yeah, I believe depending on, we're all in different industries, but we're all small business owners up here. I think every single one of us. Now, we might be contractors or have a payroll of 2 or 3 or even 1, but, we're all struggling. And not in the same way for sure that restaurants are. Don't let me be mistaken that way. I got to say, I appreciate all the comments. I think we've had a great conversation. I think the one thing that we haven't done, and I'd like to do now, it's going to be a little awkward, but we haven't really acknowledged that 27 people are dead in Garfield County. We've been talking a lot tonight, and that's not a hex on anybody at all. But when we don't take a moment to acknowledge that, I think we do a great disservice to why we're doing all this. The restaurants are closed indoor dining. If the state comes down and takes away the variances for the major attractions in the community, who doesn't get Christmas, be able to purchase Christmas toys for their children because they're laid off? Like, there's 28 people that are dead in the community. And I want to take a moment of silence to honor and to respect and remember those people before we move on to the next thing. So I'm just going to pause right now for a minute. Thanks, everybody. All right. Next item.
Really quickly, I just wanted to tell you what I heard is grants to restaurants that are complying, letter out to all restaurants telling them, you know, you want them to comply and why. Work with the state and the county to see if we can divide the data and dive into the 5-star program and see what that means supporting Charlie. Okay.
I see head nods. I don't see any head nodes. Okay. All right. On to happier things. Thank you, everybody, by the way, just to the public who came out this evening to, you know, I'm seeing people start to drop off, but thank you very much for coming and listening, being a part if you took a comment, if not, just being there to listen to the conversation. All right, next item, item number 11, South Midland update.
Can we have 5 minutes?
Oh, yes, it's time. We usually do that, don't we? Let's take 7. Let's come back at 8:20. That's a nice round number.
Thank you.
We'll see you back at 8:20.
Are we back, everyone? What happened? Hey, Steve Boyd, I wanted to thank you for your hard work all year. I can't hear you, which is good. Just stay muted.
Steve just said all he wants for all his hard work is fiber internet.
Steve Boyd said that?
That's what he said. I swear it.
You should get the Dish Network and they cancel all your channels. It's like you're watching football and it just goes off.
Tony, how's your mom doing?
She's doing well. She was disappointed about Hanukkah, you know, because the kids couldn't come over. They got quarantined at Basalt Middle School. The whole 8th grade was out.
Yeah, my daughter's been out all week. She's been in school
They were
3
out all
weeks.
week. And
Yeah.
today's the last day, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I think with Christmas, people are going to come back. They'll last a week, and I don't know.
Well, people are traveling at Christmas. My sister, like in an elementary school at Basalt, she can't believe it. Oh, yeah, we're going to Florida for Christmas. She's like, what?
Yeah. My mom's like, will you come to Iowa? I'm like, Iowa? Like Iowa? That's crazy.
No, it's just not worth traveling, but a lot of people are going to travel.
Yeah.
But
well.
now people are listening. The audience are listening. Go, Mr. Hershey can't tell me. Someone, an attendee, has his hand up already to yell at me. Project Resources Studio.
All right. Well, it is 8:20.
I think to join the meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, we are back in session. We are only an hour and 20 minutes behind because we're so far behind and we don't have necessarily a mission critical decision to make tonight on spring cleanup. Could I get a nod or a thumbs up if we could maybe kick that to the next agenda item just so we can kind of get back on track? Perfect. Okay. Steve, you good at that? Awesome. All right. Are we ready to do item number 11, South Midland update? Hello, Kathleen. Hi, Ryan, our beloved engineer, Ryan Johnson. Terry Parch. Who's presenting? Somebody's presenting.
Well, I know Kathleen, our PR person, was going to present for us, but
she just disappeared.
While she comes
Yeah,
back
it's kinda
on, I'll
funny,
just
yeah.
tell you guys,
Yeah, I don't.
the plan is to do these once a month on the third Thursday to keep you as updated as possible. And then if something crazy happens, we'll do another one. But nothing crazy is going to happen.
It's going to be great fun.
If something crazy has happened already, Kathleen, please let us know.
Not yet.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathleen. I'm your project public information manager, and happy to be working with this team. And you'll see me once a month to provide an update on where we are with Keep South Midland Moving. Thank you, first of all, for everyone that was able to come to the groundbreaking, very successful groundbreaking. It was outside, and we had actually a pretty good showing. And there's a recorded video of the groundbreaking that is replayed on the city's Facebook page if you didn't see that. You can tell we've got a lot of work to do. We are just beginning 18-month complete reconstruction of this area in South Glenwood. We have a project team that has really been working together for the last several months, some of them several years on this project, and local general contractor, local engineering firm, and Hannah, PIO for the city, Terry and Ryan, and it's a really good team. You've got a good project team, as well as a lot of stakeholders. We had our first CCC meeting, Community Communications Coalition meeting last night, and it was very successful. We had a little bit of a coalition building last night and getting to know each other, and we've got a lot of stakeholders in this area, so there will be no short of communication tactics on this project. We are using the Notify Me system as well as the South Midland Gmail. We have our system at our firm is that we use a cell phone so people can text as well if they want to receive information from us or want to get a hold of us. That's a 24/7 phone, 618-5379. And then the city's webpage at South Midland. And then we're using a hashtag to track the project, Keep South Midland Moving. Just a real quick thank you to our funding partners. And I don't know if we need to go into this necessarily this evening, but a lot of financial partners came together to make this project work. Our key project improvements. We are doing a lot in this area, addressing the road conditions with drainage and subgrade improvements, extension of the multi-use path, connecting, working on the rockfall mitigation, the utility upgrades, intersection safety, and building a roundabout. That is, for those of us have lived here a long time, that 4-mile intersection is going to be greatly improved with the roundabout. So the work that's happening out there right now, Black Hills Energy is installing a new gas line. That work will continue until February. We are just kicking off our work. Gould has started construction and will start with tree removal in the area. Part of the reason why we're starting the tree removal is that there is a bird migration deadline that we need to reach in March. So we're trying to get as many of those big old trees that are, within the project area. Those will be removed and there'll be land closures associated with that. So what are we doing in the month of December? Mobilization, grub and tree removal, doing some additional surveying. What's coming up over the next several weeks here? We're going to start our rockfall mitigation, irrigation work, and some temporary asphalt. The entire project is 18 months and will be completed summer of 2020. So each month you'll get an overview of what's been accomplished, what we're going to be working on this month, and kind of the look ahead as well. This is the slide that I usually take a minute and really pause on. There is going to be traffic impacts, lane closures, pretty much the entirety of the project. And we've been very, vocal about this, letting people know, essentially to always plan ahead for your travel time in this area. If you're headed up to Sunlight or just going to the grocery store, you're going to need to plan for extra time. There will be single lane closures Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. It could be any of these times. And then Wednesday, the lane closures will close up a little bit early when Sopris Elementary is in session. There could be work or lane closures before 7 a.m. or after 6 p.m. And then on Saturday, the lane closures will begin in January from 8 to 5. And that's just to try to get as much work as we can done. And there will be times during peak travel times that there'll be one lane closure as well, but this will be required with advance notice. I think that's anticipated travel impacts. I talked to you about this. I think minimizing, we've talked a lot about this as a project team, but trying to minimize those impacts is a priority for this project. So when we can pull a lane closure, we will. So just plan for additional time in the area. Thank you for everyone who joined our CCC. We are looking for additional members if you'd like to come. Our next meeting will be in February, and just email the project line. And it's really an opportunity for folks to get behind the scene at the project and kind of real close to the chest of the project managers and learn more about the project and kind of see and ask questions and have a chance to meet with the team. And, stay informed. We've already sent out several notifications on the Notify Me. If you're here tonight and you didn't get the one that went out yesterday, please sign up on the website. And I went over really fast, so I think I'll just pause and let Terry and Ryan jump in here if they have anything. I mean, I think what's key to know right now is that we're starting. We had a really good kickoff meeting that was streamed live. We've had a really good CCC meeting. We've had some great articles about the work that's going to be done. So I think people are, mostly well informed. But now here we are. We are pressing into the construction schedule, and we're starting some deep work.
Terry or Ryan?
I don't really have anything to add. I think as Kathleen said, the most important thing is to reach out to us and make contact so that we can make sure that we get you the most recent information and are able to hear any comments or concerns that you have. So please join our groups, our messaging groups, and we'll make sure to get you the right information.
Terry, I do have a question. I thought, when we showed the traffic patterns or the staging, the traffic staging and how they would expand one, cut, and all this, we were, I wouldn't say sold, because that implies that you sold us a bill of goods, and that's not at all what I'm implying, but we were demonstrated that we would have 2 lanes of traffic maintain the entirety of the project. And I know that we all knew that, yes, there would be times when there'd be 1 lane, but seems like there's a lot of one-way lanes like the first month. Is that a first month issue, or is that something we should be expecting for the next 18 months?
So we did try to compromise. You're exactly right. When we talked about this project during design, we talked about having a platform that was wide enough to have 3 lanes essentially, so that there were always 2 operating lanes and 1 that could be used for construction. And so that was kind of our premise when we started. But as we developed this project, we recognized that there were going to be several areas that were so tight that, we really couldn't, we were pinched on both sides. And so it was going to be tough to hold that 3-lane configuration. Plus, we recognized that there was a cost issue associated with, any traffic provision really that we put out there. The more restrictive we make the contractor's work, the higher the price would be for the city. So we tried to compromise by creating a provision to incentivize, I guess, the use of the off-peak hours. So allowing the contractor to go to a 1-lane configuration as long as it wasn't during our peak commuting hours, so between 9 and 3 roughly, so that they could get more work done, and so our project cost overall would be less. So that's how we ended up where we are. I feel like we got really excellent pricing, and we got a number of companies that were interested in the project and had a very competitive bid. So I felt like we tried to split the baby with that one. And I recognize that, it's going to be continuously challenging, I guess, for everybody that has to traverse that corridor every day, including you and I. So that's where we started. That's how we ended up here. We do have one other traffic provision that, we did include, which was a maximum 5-minute hold time for those 1-lane configurations. And that's not to say, Jonathan, that if you're at the very back of the lane, that it won't be more than 5 minutes. So don't call me when it gets to be 6:30.
I will. I know to call Ryan Johnson.
And I just kind of wanted to add to this, Harry, that in fact, that, you know, one thing that we weren't anticipating was Black Hills Energy being out there at the same time. And that's additionally what we're seeing right now that's happening.
And when will Black Hills be wrapped up?
And that's, you know, they're anticipating a 3-month duration. They haven't told me any different from that. So they're making progress out there. I mean, you've probably seen some of the pipes and stuff going in. Obviously, what's going to be challenging is weather through December, through the winter months. It's that, you know, it's construction. We don't want them to be out there when it's not safe for the traveling public to be out there. So could it go beyond 3 months? It's possible.
And just for everybody's knowledge, you know, when we issued the permit for Black Hills Energy, you know, we did put the same traffic restrictions on their project that we have on ours. So they're being held to the same standards.
Any questions?
I will add one thing in terms of notification. If there are instances within the project that affect someone's direct driveway access, there will be a notification that gets taped to your door. But if there's general impacts that happen throughout the corridor, those are going to be notified through the Notify Me system. So, you know, we will do our best to work very closely with the contractor if we know we're going to be working in and around your access area. That's going to happen a lot in this project because there's a lot of intersection work. Also for the traffic bit, folks that live up on 3 Mile and other roads that access South Midland, you know, you could expect some delays too to get onto South Midland, as we'll need access for the construction vehicles at times. It's a big project, and there's a lot of heavy civil work that needs to be done. So thank you in advance. And I really love working for the City of Glenwood Springs. It's a great team. It's a really good culture to do a construction project with. So ready to get started.
All right. Well, thank you, Kathleen and PR Studio, and obviously Terry and Ryan. Most appreciate you guys. Any other questions?
And next month I'll have more information on phasing as well, and what we're going to be working on for the entire, you know, winter period.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Next item, this is a continuation from a public meeting from our last meeting. This is the consideration of a special use permit for retail marijuana establishment at Glenwood Meadows. We have heard presentations from staff, from the applicant. We have taken public comment. Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd, have we gotten any additional emails or public comment in the last 2 weeks about this project?
Not that I have seen.
Okay, thank you, Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd. So I guess we will bring it back to council for additional questions that may have come up in the last 2 weeks, and or comments or a motion. Or nothing. Charlie, thank you.
I was looking for the wording I have to use. I would move that we approve planning item 51-20 with the staff recommendation, findings, and conditions as found on in our agenda packet. I don't know what pages are on, but in our agenda packet for this meeting, the December 3rd meeting.
It's been moved by Charlie and seconded by Paula. Further conversation? All right, seeing none, Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd, would you call roll?
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Yep.
What was that? Step?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Hershey?
Was that Hershey? I didn't hear that.
Yes, Hershey.
Oh, thank you. Acting city.
It's hard to do, isn't it?
It is hard. Thank you. I rather ask Catherine when she calls them all, but okay. Yes.
So,
No.
Willman?
No.
Cop?
Yes.
Godis?
No. This is where you say acting city clerk, motion carries.
Yeah, motion carries.
Thank you.
I was just calling names. Motion carries.
It's okay. We'll break you in easy. All right. Next item is item number 13. This is in continuation. This is a consideration of a major architectural plan review for the expansion of the Iron Mountain Hot Springs, including a new entry building, mineral pools, and enclosed pool. As with the previous item, we have had presentations by staff and the applicant. We have opened it for public comment. Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd, have we had any additional public comment in the preceding 2 weeks?
No, sir, not that I've seen.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion to approve planning file 2720, consider a major architectural plan at Iron Mountain Hot Springs.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Hershey, seconded by Councilor Davis. Further conversation? Councilor Woolman.
First, a comment. I asked a lot of questions at the last meeting, and I appreciated the input I got, and I'm in favor of this. The other comment is there are actually 2 action items, and so we have to be careful. Mr. Hanlon may be able to direct us on that, but there's actually 2 action items under this agenda item.
Mr. Hanlon, was my motion not clear? You're muted. I'm sorry. You're muted, Carl.
Sorry, I was trying to get unmuted and then get the board packets come up properly, and maybe Jen can help me out here. I think there were, well, we've been on so long that my packet died. Hang on.
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
this is Gretchen.
Please, Gretchen.
So this is Mr. Hershey, you need to, this is the first action item, the consideration of the major site architectural plan review, which allows the expansion of the Iron Mountain Hot Springs. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that you all approve this with a vote 5-0. The findings and conditions are on page 11 and 12 of the P&Z's November 9th staff report. So if that could be the motion, I'd appreciate it.
And if Mr. Davis is okay with that, Mr. Mayor, I would make that motion for the consideration of the major architectural plan review for the expansion of the Iron Mountain Hot Springs, including a new entry building, mineral pool, and an enclosed pool.
With the findings and conditions.
With the findings and conditions as approved 5-0 by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Sorry.
On page 11.
On page 11. Sorry, Gretchen and Mr.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's team effort. Councilor Davis, I saw a thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Cobb.
Oh, I would just like to say that I'll be voting to approve this and uphold the P&Z's recommendation. I think it's after reviewing the project in as much detail as possible, I think it's an improvement to the whole area and to the riverbank in that area. The River Commission weighed in on the riparian area and riverbank improvements, and I'm excited to see this project go forward.
All right, thanks. Paula.
Yeah, I think this is a great project as well. I do hope that as this may potentially expand and there might be a hotel along the way, that we continue to watch the traffic and parking components in the future, just to see if that's my one concern, is the impact on Devereaux Road and across from Two Rivers Park, and then all the way to Highway 6 and 24, that we just kind of keep an eye on that as we proceed with this. And other than that, I think it's a great project. Super excited for the town.
Thank you. All right, Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd, could you call the question?
Counselor Hershey,
Yes.
Stepp,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Godus,
Yes.
Cop,
Yes.
Wisso,
Yes.
Willman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Congratulations, Steve Beckley and partners. It's going to be great.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need one more motion. It's a motion to approve the alternate equivalence compliance request in the recommendation of planning and zoning to approve that request, to uphold that, subject to the terms and conditions on page, Gretchen, help me?
12.
It's 12 of the November.
12
9th.
of the P&Z staff report.
I'll second.
Been moved by Charlie, seconded by, I think I heard Shelley. Further comments? Okay. Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd.
Counselor Cop,
Yes.
Godus,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Stepp,
Yes.
Hershey,
Yes, sir.
Wisso,
Yes.
and Willman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. I think we're ready to go on to, we agreed to kick item number 14, spring cleanup and discussion for 2021. So we'll move on to presentation of the 60% airport no tunnel plan and cost estimate. This is only a presentation this evening. Yes, Tony, do you have a question?
Yeah, are you going to be taking public comment on this and the next, or is this just a informational, like you were saying?
You know, my intention was not to take public comment. It was exclusively just as a, we had asked staff, I think 3 meetings ago, to come back with this for our information. And so my intention is not to have this a big, long drawn out. It's just a presentation. I think this is something that we'll need to consider with the whole package at some point in 2021. But I think for our purposes this evening, my goal was not to take public comment. Now, if other folks would, you know, if we think there's a lot of people out there who would like to give public comment on this option specifically, I'm open to doing that if other counselors would like to direct me to do that.
And Mr. Mayor, I see, for example, Mr. Vick and Mr. Merritt, I know they're pilots. Maybe if they had like a quick question or a quick comment, if I don't know how the rest of council feels, but if you consider taking some comment, I would be in favor of that.
I would support that, Councilor
Okay.
Hershey.
That's absolutely fine. I'm happy to do that. Okay, go at it, Terry.
Okay, can you guys see my screen?
We can.
Okay, great. So you guys are aware of this this project. We've talked about it quite a bit. We are going to look specifically at the tunnel and no tunnel for the project. As always, I like to remind everybody, you know, how important this project is. You know, it really is an evacuation route from the south part of our city. So these are some of our recent fires. We have seen, you know, an increasing in the number of fires, particularly in the south side of the city. So these are just a kind of a quick recap of all of our recent fires. You guys are aware of the extent of the project. It really is another large project starting at 4 Mile and going all the way to State Highway 82, including a couple of major structures, the bridge and the tunnel that we're going to talk about today. These are just some of the details of what we're doing along the route. And specifically, you know, we wanted to talk about the tunnel today. This is the tunnel that I think we showed you in the last discussion that we had. As you can see, you know, we're going under the runway. This configuration shows kind of a straight tunnel, a 200-foot tunnel that gets us to our bridge crossing of the Roaring Fork. We did, I think I told you at the last meeting, we were considering, you know, this tunnel and its cost and as well as, you know, its function. And we had recognized even at our last discussion that the turning radius from the tunnel here was too tight. We to be able to get a semi-load of aviation fuel to to the gas dispenser, we would need to have a wider radius here. So the engineer did do a little bit more work and looking at that tunnel. And this is what the tunnel would look like to be able to support that movement. You can see that the entrance on the east side is longer, and therefore, unless we were to set a center column on a roadway, which from a transportation standpoint is not a good idea, this beam that supports the tunnel has to be longer and deeper. So, making this a more expensive structure overall, really. And the other consequence, I guess, of this structure is that, unfortunately, we had to keep the underlying profile of the road the same to tie into the bridge structure, so that the grade through here is the same. And we also have a tunnel height that we have to maintain. I can't remember what the exact number is, but it's got to be at least 14 feet high to be able to take a larger truck. So the parameter that moves is up, and there is still some uncertainty around the amount of runway that would need to be reconstructed to be able to support the tunnel. To be able to really fully understand that, we would have to have additional site survey to look at that. We did have a conversation with the airport board this morning, and Greg Rippey seems to think he might have some information that might help us do further design here. So maybe that, that could be substituted for additional survey. But the FAA regulations for a runway are very tight. The survey has to be within 1/4 of an inch. So, we'll be evaluating that and seeing if we need to have additional survey to support that design. The other alternative that the council wanted us to look at was the option of no tunnel. So this slide shows the limits of grading that would occur with a no tunnel design. And I do think that, this radius probably didn't get steepened up in this design. It probably is out here somewhere. So some of the grading would extend a little bit further into this corner to allow that radius. But the one thing that was surprising out of this redesign, or this look at a 60% no tunnel design, was that we had to maintain a vertical curve through here, and it didn't really allow us to steepen this up, to eliminate more grading. I had thought that we would be able to reduce the amount of grading, but in reality, it didn't change the roadway profile very much. We tie in just a little bit sooner, but most of the earthwork stays. The difference between the cost estimates in no tunnel and tunnel are really associated with the tunnel itself and the supporting retaining walls. This next slide just shows our intersection. You guys have seen that before. This slide shows where we are in terms of our status. Specifically, you guys were interested in knowing, the difference in cost. And the difference in cost is about $6 million to support the tunnel. And so really, some of our numbers over here in terms of our groupings and associations with specific elements have changed just a little bit. But I guess the real differences are here. The total estimate, including the tunnel and right-of-way acquisition and construction management, is $56.7 million. And without the tunnel, it would be $50.7 million. So as you guys know, we are working on trying to fund the entire project. The city itself is supporting it with our A&I bond measure from 2016. And RAFTA is still supporting us with $4 million from their Destination 2040. We just finished submitting the $31 million FEMA Building Resistant Infrastructure and Communities grant, BRIC grant. we're going through a state prioritization on that grant right now. We did receive a supporting letter from the Colorado Department of Transportation for our BRIC grant, so we were happy about that. We did also receive a support letter from Garfield County, so thank you to the county for supporting us in our BRIC grant. With that, I will ask the council if they have any questions.
Shelley, you have a question?
I do. Terry, thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of quick questions. Just on the funding, since we're on that slide, or we were on that slide. What has CDOT committed to a particular portion of the project as far as the intersection with Highway 82 or anything like that?
Shelley, I would say we had a very frank conversation with CDOT.
Okay.
And they do not have funding for it right now. I think, they agreed to work with us but yeah,
okay. But they'll be seeking transportation funding elsewhere, basically, at this point.
But, they supporting this was really helpful because it's got to get the BRIC grant's got to get out of the state to get to the feds first. So the state has to pick it as an important project.
Okay.
And so that's really useful. And I think we just need to continue our ongoing conversations with the state and, pursue state funding, pursue federal funding. I think CDOT will be a good partner,
Great.
But they simply just do not have the money right now to commit to it. And it was pretty black and white.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then Terry, going back to that slide on the curve radius for the semi truck with the aviation fuel.
For the tunnel?
For the tunnel and with or without the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that's coming if the truck is traveling on Airport Road. Can we designate a route to where they do not come that way? Where they can only access off of Highway 82 and across the bridge? Or do we have to allow them to come down Midland and down Airport Road?
Over time, I really would like to limit or encourage or require to the extent that we can, large truck access to be from this side. I think that was one of the benefits of Southbridge is being able to, keep trucks off of, Midland adjacent to our neighborhoods and our schools. I would also say that, we have truck restrictions on, I'll call it middle Midland between 8th and 27th. And
Right.
It's a sign. I'm not sure how well it works. And I do know that, we do have, logging traffic and source gas, for instance, up in the 4 Mile corridor. And if this were to remain an airport, we will have fuel sales out here. So, I don't know. I think it's probably worthwhile to, keep the idea of being able to make that turn to Airport Center Drive. But, the location of our fueling could make a difference in that conversation. Steve Boyd and Brian and I have had a number of conversations with the airport about, the future of the airport.
Right.
And, we did have a study with Gruen, and they had a developed plan about where, fueling could go, where a new FBO could go. And, those plans showed the fueling to be on the west side of the runway, midfield, and the FBO to be on this side as well. So
Okay.
still, needing access.
Okay. So either way, you feel like that's an important part of the design to keep in.
I think if we're going to keep the idea of the airport, we should allow them to probably, be able to fuel from both directions or access from both directions.
Okay. So the last question I had, I was asked this question by someone who is familiar with the airport, and they were curious if we look at the no tunnel option rather than losing the runway, is it possible to just duck around the south end of the runway, or is there like a clear zone in there that makes that not work?
So, I'm not 100% sure about that. I have had a conversation with a few of the folks from the airport about, was an option evaluated that just went around the end of the airport, or, perhaps, a bridge that crossed a little further into the Jackson's property to the, it would be to the south. This is a page from our environmental assessment. This is an alternative that, reviewed the idea of going just around the airport.
Okay.
And then crossing.
I think I remember that from being part of that citizen action group.
Yeah.
And that was eliminated.
It was eliminated. I had a conversation with Gary Fick today, and he felt like, that perhaps it shouldn't have been eliminated, that the reasons that they eliminated it really weren't valid. So, we had a longer conversation about that, and, from an engineering standpoint, I always say that almost anything's possible with enough money. We could continue to evaluate this. I would say that, the idea of moving the bridge off of the Jackson's property line and moving it further into the Jackson ranch is harder from an environmental standpoint. We have to go back and do a fair amount more of reevaluation for our environmental assessment. This idea of going essentially out of direction to go around the airport.
Can I kind of just jump in? I don't know that we need to rehash a alternative that was discarded 12 years ago that was vetted by a ton of people. So unless there's a lot of public interest in rehashing this and reopening the entire process, which is possibly the most thorough process the city has ever gone through.
I
we
agree,
maybe table
Jonathan.
this conversation? Okay, thanks.
No, I totally agree. It's not worth rehashing at this point. I just wanted to ask the question because it was asked me, but no, I agree with why that was eliminated at the time, and I have no desire to rehash it.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Charlie.
thanks, Gary.
Charlie Winland.
I just gotta find my mute button. I just have one question, Terry, just to break it down simply. The cut is going to have to be the same, whether or not we put a cover over to keep the end of the airport as it is. Is that right?
That's about true. The vertical curve that comes off of the bridge has to be maintained, in terms of, just from a transportation standpoint and a grade standpoint. You can't make the grade too abrupt. So we continue this vertical curve out of here, and we come up at about 6%. We're able to eliminate some earthwork, but not a huge amount of earthwork. The cost savings in the project for tunnel, no tunnel are really associated with the tunnel itself and the retaining walls.
Okay, thank you.
I'm muted. Any other questions for staff? All right, we'll turn it over to public comment. I want to start off with apologizing to Mr. Merritt for missing the Airport Commission meeting today, of which I'm the council liaison. Usually I get a calendar reminder, and I didn't get one, which is totally my fault. So I want to apologize to Dave for that. Gary Vick, you got 3 minutes. Bottom left, if you want to unmute. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, I just unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Terry did a great job in her presentation. And I think we all agree that the South Bridge project is certainly needed, but I I feel it's being evaluated sort of as an exchange to the airport. And in my view, the South Beach access route and the future of the airport are two separate decisions and should be treated as such. I spent an hour with Terry today. She was very kind and indulging all my questions and basically putting up with me. And at the risk of putting words in her mouth, we discussed option 16, which we just discussed. And as was shown on Terry's slide, maybe Terry could bring that up. The reasons that option was not considered had to do with the fact that it wasn't as good as the tunnel. But now that the tunnel is being questioned and perhaps not going to be proceeded with, it would then require a road across the runway, which would close the airport, of course. And in that consideration, I completely disagree with the mayor's comment that we've rehashed this and we don't need to go over it. We absolutely do need to go over it because this is a perfectly viable route. If you look at the reason it was eliminated in the red highlights in the lower right, and you read those objectively, I don't think they make a lot of sense. One of them says you're going to hang a right as you come off of 82, and rather than loop around to the south of the runway, you're going to go up Airport Center Road. Okay, you may try that one time, and then you'll discover it's quicker to actually loop around the runway, which is really not that much farther out of the way. It will require an intersection, which I can't point to on the screen, but it's the obvious one. But the radius of that turn could, in my opinion, as an engineer, could be made less than the radius of the roundabout upstream on 4 Mile. And certainly you've got traffic constraints when you hit 82. So whether or not this slows down your traffic, I think is frankly an open question. I don't believe it does. So I think this was eliminated as a fatal flaw before all the facts were in. And based on that, I'm going to ask that council instruct the city engineer, instruct the city engineer to make an evaluation of option 16. Now that would be in a depth and a detail level probably comparable to what you just did, evaluating the tunnel versus no tunnel cost. And I spoke with Terry. She thinks it would cost a little bit more, but good heavens, it would sure be a shame to build a $6 million tunnel or destroy the airport, which are the only alternatives you're considering tonight, when a third alternative has not been evaluated in any meaningful detail. And Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't have a clock in front of me. How am I doing on time?
I think you're about out. I'm sorry, but I'll give you the last word.
Well, my last word's about 30 seconds. I've heard repeatedly that federal funding is not available to improve the airport. And so I took the liberty of discussing this with the aviation planner today at CDOT. The rules for this were updated in 2019. And as I read the core documents which he sent me, it's certainly not obvious to me that we cannot get funding. To rephrase the double negative, I think we might be able to. And I would ask that council instruct staff to ascertain once and for all, by reading the core documents, which were recently updated a couple of years ago, whether we might in fact qualify for federal funding. And this should be done obviously prior to any decision that may impact the future of the airport. And thank you for your letting me have some additional time. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks, Gary. Dave Merritt.
Mute.
There you go.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Dave Merritt. I live in Glenwood Park. I have for coming up on 36 years, and I'm on the airport commission. Contrary to Mr. Hershey's statement, I am not a pilot. I am just a individual who's lived in the area, pretty much at the north end of the runway, and have been on council. I was actually on council in 2002 when we had the fire that essentially created enormous controversy and consternation for the city in evacuation of the south end. And that was when Scott McGinnis was our congressman and secured $5 million, which was at that point believed to be half of the cost of the South Bridge, which has not come to pass. But the alternatives carried through all this time frame really were based upon using a tunnel to keep the airport and saying, well, we'll evaluate at the time. Well, to then all of a sudden, at this end, then decide, well, we're going to essentially close the airport just to save this amount of money. Really, would dictate going back to looking at other alternatives that would save the airport. We did not, to my knowledge, try and carry through an alternative that definitely would save the airport, as Mr. Vick said with alternative number 16. With regards to the one issue that was made on turning radius that needed for the fuel tank, actually that turning radius is also needed for the Forest Service. If you live out there, you realize that the Forest Service will oftentimes bring lowboys out to bring equipment in or out for the boneyard that they have just opposite the airport FBO. So it's not just a fueling truck that needs that radius, but it will be, a long lowboy for heavy equipment, the Forest Service, unless we were to somehow close that boneyard, which is a pretty significant piece of property for the Forest Service. The Airport Commission is, fully vested in maintaining this airport. It is an asset for the city. You saw how well it functioned, how quickly we were able to respond this past fire season. We've had numerous needs for this airport for the safety of the city since I've been living in the south area. And I really implore the council to continue the effort to maintain the city. Thank you. Bye.
Man, spoken like a guy who's been through a 3-minute public comment section.
Yes.
Dave. All right. Thanks so much, Greg and Garrick.
I'm Dave.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought I said Dave. Maybe I did not. I meant to say Dave if it came out incorrectly.
No problem. Yeah.
Thank you, Gary and Dave, for both of your public comments. Is there anybody else from the public who would like to speak?
Chuck, Mr. Mayor. Chuck, no. Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck, go ahead. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate that.
He has to unmute, I think. There he goes.
Hi,
Chuck.
Yeah, my name is Chuck Knuth. I'm a resident of Carbondale. I'm a flight instructor and have an airplane based at Glenwood Springs Airport. I just wanted to pass on a quick note from the end of this morning's airport board meeting, where the observation essentially was made that taking a 200-foot bite out of the south end of the runway isn't the end of the airport. It doesn't have to be. For one thing, we're observing that there is a little bit more space on the north end, and the potential exists to create what's called a displaced threshold, which could gain back some of the functionality that might be lost if we lost part of the south end. So would urge people not to think of this as an all or nothing decision. And thank you for listening to my comment.
Chuck, before you go, usually we don't like to get it back and forth, but that's interesting. What planes right now? I know King Airs require quite a bit of runway, and I guess I can ask our actual staff on this, but you're actually probably only a pilot in the Zoom chat right now. Other than King Airs, would we still be able to land King Airs there? And what percentage of our planes, if we didn't do a tunnel, but maybe expand it to the north 100 feet or kind of, split the baby as it were, how many planes would lose the ability to potentially fly in and out of that airport? I'm not asking for the definitive answer, but just
no. But in general terms, virtually all of the single engine airplanes that use Glenwood Springs Airport could function with a slightly smaller runway. How much smaller would obviously need to be parsed out, but the 3,300 feet we have now is well within the capabilities of virtually everybody who's based there, single engine. And pretty much the critical limiting factor is takeoffs on runway 14 to the south on a hot day in the summer with a full load, where you really need as much runway as you can to get off. And that's why having a displaced threshold added to the north end would actually gain back the capability for most of the people who are currently using the airport.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good information and a kind of an interesting concept that at least I hadn't contemplated. Okay, we'll bring it back now to council. Again, this is just a presentation. We guess we already had our questions. We're not being, I mean, there was a request from the public to re-examine option 16 and direct staff to that. Is there any desire to take that on at this point? I would say if there is not, good job, Chuck. If there is not a desire to take that on right now, that doesn't foreclose the possibility that we might at some point in the future. Just means tonight we might at 9:15 be ready to take that into consideration without hearing back from the staff of what that would entail or that. So, Tony, go ahead.
I'm not quite sure what you're saying, Jonathan.
Sorry, Chuck, you need to be muted. Jonathan, I would just ask that, I mean, I would direct staff, particularly Terry, to explore option 16 and maybe look for federal funding like Mr. Merritt, who should be a pilot if he's not, but certainly an airport enthusiast, talked about with back in the day with Scott McGinnis. That would be my position. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Charlie?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to direct staff to do that. I don't know what the time constraints and how much that would cost to do. I'm not opposed to it, but I just don't know I'm in a position to have enough information. My concern about this entire project is that we keep shelving it back and shelving it back. I think we need to, it might even need to be a special meeting. Let's have a meeting and talk about all the options, renounce some costs, which is what we're asking for, of the tunnel versus non-tunnel. I thought the comments that Chuck made, if we can move the airport back, that may solve a lot of problems. I mean, the runway, excuse me. But I don't want to get into that tonight. We'd have to look at diagrams and see all that. But I would like to have a special meeting somewhere during the month of January. And let's get the elephant out of the room and let's get a discussion of what are we going to do about this so that we can move ahead with Southbridge one way or the other.
Shelley.
I agree with Charlie. I really, having sat on the Citizen Action Group and was part of the original EA that started in 2009, I believe. Is that right, Terry? Seven, okay. It's gone on for a long time, and there were options evaluated all the way down to Orison, and even going up the 4 Mile Creek corridor and all kinds of options. Moving that bridge to the south at this point, to me, is completely off the table. For one, the Jackson property that was not in conservation easement at the time we started the EA is now in conservation easement. So I think we'd have a lot of resistance to moving that. But also just the effect of this went through a very, very thorough, long federal process, and going back and revisiting that now, I have no appetite for it all. I think we've come to a good conclusion. There are a lot of reasons things ended up the way they did. And like I said, I fully support the conclusion of the EA, and I think we move forward with that.
Ingrid.
I was just going to say pretty much everything Charlie mentioned, but I really do like the idea if we give what Chuck suggested, just so we know all alternatives, because that is one that we have not discussed. I align with Shelley in that we've given this a ton of time, and if this is something new, and I think it warrants consideration.
Thanks, Ingrid. As liaison, I would agree with that. I think that this is something that is something, I mean, it's not a game changer necessarily. It might be something that we look at and we just quickly dismiss for a whole host of reasons, not least of which, moving the runway farther north does start to impact, it has downstream effects or upstream effects, I guess. But I think it is a new enough wrinkle that I think I am okay with. And Charlie, I think January is tough to like. What I want to give to staff for Christmas is to not put anything massive on their plate until February. That is my gift that I would like to try to give to staff. They're burnout. We are putting on them massive amounts potentially of work with a 5-star program. I just can't support a January, maybe not even a February. Like I get it. We're ready to move on, to move off of this. We have a lot of constraints right now. We have COVID. In the words of Councilor Davis last meeting, COVID is, that's it. Everything else, everything else, it's noise. So if I could temper your enthusiasm a bit, Charlie, to say let's kind of get into February, March. Let's staff maybe suss out what some of these takeoff things are. I don't think it's the worst thing potentially. And we're probably going down a rabbit hole here, but it might not be the worst thing in the world if a fully loaded double engine plane, when it's 100 degrees with 80% humidity, can't take off for the 3 days in July, that's the factor. If that's the case and that's the factor, but that gets us to the ability to save $6 million and maintain an airport, that's probably worth a conversation and to talk about some of these dynamics of the planes that are currently housed there. So I guess that's something I would, I also cannot, with Shelley, go into, reopening this massive, I think it's like a 200-page document. And I'm pretty sure of that because I've read it front to cover 3 or 4 times. So I can't go back to reimagining all of that, but I do think it would be worth that slight conversation of whether we should include, not realign things, but potentially move the airport runway, maybe lose a couple 100 feet to see what that looks like. But my suggestion would be that we bring it back up in February or March and let staff bring some of those potential ideas. Deborah, I always like when you have input.
I was going to ask, do you want us to ask our design firm what it would cost to look at that and just bring back the cost to look at it, not bring back what it would look like? And I'm saying this without Terry telling me at all what I should be, if that's even a possibility at this point. But if it seems like you want to know the answer, that is a way to get the answer.
Terry?
Yeah. I think it's a good idea. I could ask them to look at it. It is more engineering. We're going to be looking at an intersection essentially to create free flow off of the bridge around the airport. And so we would evaluate the intersection. We'd probably look at the traffic study. We would look at, the depth.
Terry, sorry to interrupt. I think what I'm understanding is we don't change any alignment, but we just have a shorter runway potentially, or move the, whatever he said, whatever Chuck said about the taxi area. I'm calling it the taxi area. That's not what it is at all, but
it's a displaced threshold.
That's it. But I don't think we're talking about rearranging like the no tunnel option with the current alignment, but just with a potentially shorter runway or a shifted runway, I think is what I'm talking about. Is that?
Yeah, that's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Yes, that's an easy question. We can bring that back soon. And I don't think I really need any additional funds. We have an aviation designer that's kind of thrown, the length of the runway around and what planes can land under what conditions. And we have some information that we can share, in even January if you wanted to. That's not a big question for us.
Okay. Sorry, Paula, I think I jumped you. Go ahead.
Carrie, I remember a June 2021 date in the presentation you gave tonight. How does this, having a work session in February, March, is that still going to make that work for you?
We do have a goal to finish this design in June of 2021, along with our right-of-way. And it's one of those dates that we kind of we put into our grant applications. The thing that I think is more pressing for the airport right now is, some of the issues that we've discovered as a part of our, needing to have more in-depth management there. We have issues with the existing FBO, with the fuel system. There are probably 5 different issues. Steve could probably remind me of what they are. But some of those things require spending money, and we're kind of uncertain about, the future of the airport and whether we should spend money. So those are the kinds of things that I think, along with this project are issues that we need to come to some resolution to determine what to do next.
So the earlier the better.
Yeah, Steve, what do you think? I guess those are the things that kind of bother me as much as the design of the bridge.
Yeah, I would agree with basically those things. It's hard to say how to move forward, but I guess unless we have sort of some direction on this South Bridge issue, it really is hard to make long-term airport decisions. I would definitely agree with that.
Charlie.
So in response to your comment about January, I just had to say bah humbug. No, Deborah, I think Jonathan's point is well taken. I'm going to do some thinking about staff time. If we're going to set up a special meeting, understanding that what we just talked about, maybe getting an idea what a cost would be, what would be reasonable to do in February, March. I think we got to keep this moving. That was my point. Not so much I want to put additional staff time in.
How about we do this? We have Terry ask, those questions, and we, not January, but February, we plan that meeting. I think you guys need more pieces of information than you may have now to have that.
That's fine.
Discussion.
So at the first or second meeting, January, Terry, get that estimate, and we can then set the meeting, the work session on this. But that, I don't mean set it in January, but we can figure out the date.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because I think the information about, the potential for extending the runway to the north or shortening the runway are easy questions from an engineering standpoint and probably won't cost us anything. If we want to evaluate taking the road around the south side of the airport, then that does require, probably an evaluation of our contract and additional funding. So depending on what the council wants,
so just to foreclose and filter down some options here, Tony did suggest that we entertain that and we direct staff to do that. Is anybody else supportive of that option? Okay. Hearing none and seeing no hands waved in support, I think, Terry, that there's not direction at this time. I want to be clear that that always could pop back up, but at this time there's not any desire. A majority of council has not given desire to have you invest any time in alternative options or re-exploring that. And if it's easy, is there a willingness to, in February or whatever, to have staff work with our designer to evaluate what maybe shifting around the runway and what that would mean for the current planes and the current operations look like? So I'm not seeing any support for that either. Okay, Ingrid, yes?
I am supportive of that. I feel like we owe it to the people who are so passionate about the airport that if we're looking at all these alternatives, that we explore that one as well.
I agree with Ingrid. Yeah, and I agree with Ingrid as well.
Okay. All right,
But I do want to, what I would like to do as much as we can, and there again, I'm not trying to push you over the next couple weeks over the holidays and with the 5-star program we're really good work on. But maybe if we could say by our second meeting in January, we're going to be in a position to set a meeting, a longer meeting to talk about the airport. And I'm thinking it may be the entire evening. It's a special meeting, so we can devote our efforts to that and then nothing else. Is that reasonable?
I will send you all a doodle poll.
And just so we know, Deborah is on vacation starting as soon as this meeting's over until after Christmas.
Maybe Monday, maybe Monday. We'll see.
That was her intent. All right. Is there any
I'll
other?
find you.
Is there? I think we have some direction. Is there any further questions, comments for Terry, Deborah? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Steve Boyd, also for taking on the management of that. We lost our airport manager a couple of months ago, and Steve and Terry really rolled up their sleeves and got out there and has been working with a consultant. It's been, in addition to COVID, just one more fun thing that just happens that we don't really know about, because it usually just happens really smoothly because we have really great staff. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see, item number 16. This is the limiting board member terms, boards and commissions. We had directed staff, I believe, to come back with a rough draft of 3 terms, but no extension.
Right.
This is the first
I think
reading.
it was direction to come back with not a rough draft, but an ordinance implementing that, which is what you have in front of you.
Well, I'm calling it a rough draft.
I know, because I'm not going to let you rehash it for the 14th time, Mr. Mayor. I'm guessing somebody's going to make a motion. So
I'm going to make a motion. I will cut to the chase. I will make a motion that we accept, let's see, that we pass ordinance 29, series of 2020, an ordinance of the City Council of Glenwood Springs, amending section 02, 020, 040 to limit board member terms on boards and commissions. However, with the change that it is 2 terms for a total of 6 years, not 3 terms.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. It is a public meeting, so we will take public hearing. So we want to take a vote. Sorry. Gary Vick, you have your hand up. Would you like to comment on board member terms?
Yes, sir, I would. I appreciate the opportunity. And sorry to get in the middle of a vote, but I just had a procedural question and a comment. Procedurally, I'm sure Carl can rattle off section 070, 060, 040, C3, D3 of the code. And maybe as a test, I should ask him to do that. But I will say that is the part of the code that governs how you change ordinances, and the requirements are, I believe, apply to this. And if you've addressed this in your materials, I apologize, I did not see them. But if you haven't addressed them, I'd like you to talk about this. You're supposed to, for example, you're supposed to demonstrate that the change is required to address a demonstrated community need and respond to substantial changes in conditions or policy. So if you have not demonstrated those 2 things, I guess I'd ask why, or maybe it's not required for this type of ordinance, Carl, but it seems to me it is. And though I'm not a lawyer, I play one on TV.
I believe, yeah, I believe the section we're referring to is addressing land use changes.
Could be.
And not general ordinances, which are governed by the charter, which simply says that they have to be passed on 2 readings. And by tradition, we have always held a public hearing on the first reading of the ordinance in Glenwood.
Okay, well, you did know it off the tip of your tongue. That's good. But I'd also just like to ask what you're going to do if you're unable to fill a vacated board or commission seat due to lack of applicants, when all the experienced guys are no longer able to apply and run. You've got a lot of experienced people on a lot of boards, and as a general rule, I think they do a darn good job. But if you now make it to where they cannot continue to participate, in many cases, you have trouble even getting applicants for 1 or 2 positions. If you start doing a wholesale overhaul of the boards and commissions, I think you're going to run out of applicants. And doing this ordinance in this way ties your hands. And why would anybody want to have their hands tied? What you have right now is the opportunity to keep somebody off a board unless you feel they are extremely useful to the board, or maybe nobody else applies. But the decision rests with you, and I am completely perplexed why control freaks at city council would want to tie their own hands in this manner. So maybe you guys could straighten me out on that.
I think we can when it comes back to council comments, but we'll take your comments for what they are, and we will go to Dave Merritt next. Dave.
Mute. Okay. Yes, Dave Merritt again. You always have the opportunity to not, reappoint someone to a third term, or some cases to a fourth term, or even to a second term. And in my 8 years on council, I don't recall all that many times where we had a surplus of qualified candidates. We would have one extra one when we have to vote, but oftentimes we would be, voting the slate of the folks who applied there for that go round. Again, like Mr. Vick, I don't see a reason to do this. Council has the complete authority to not reappoint anybody for no reason at all. If they appear in front of you when their shoes aren't tied, that would be a good reason to not reappoint them. So I don't see a need for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. And I will just say in response quickly to both, we have talked about this and the reasons why, man, ad nauseum, even for me. And I guess I would say that, it's right now our current code says 2 terms, that they are limited, that is the rules that we live in unless deemed vital. And we have not been following our own code for as long as I've been on council. And this has been an attempt to be intentional about either following our own code or changing our own code. And so that's what has brought this to the forefront. Alyssa, can you take off the timer just so we can see everybody else on council? So that is how this has come about, why we're here tonight, and what the motion, if we're still able to keep the motion on the floor, remains. So there we go. But we have some comments from council people. So Shelley, then Paula.
I just had a question, Mr. Mayor. My question was going to be whether or not you would consider just an amendment to your motion to go with the 3 years that's suggested in the written. Because I can support the 3 years or the 3 terms, successive terms, but I do feel like, I have to say I agree with some of the public comment that I feel like limiting it to a hard stop on 2 terms is possibly restricting our boards. And I do think there's value into some of that historical knowledge. And a 3 successive terms would be 9 years max. I don't think that's too much time on a board necessarily. So I can support the 3 years that's in the proposed code change, but not going to, or 3 terms, excuse me, but not going to 2 terms.
Yeah, and I think, that's where I like the idea of splitting the baby originally and having if deemed vital for that institutional knowledge. But I don't think I'm going to, I'd like to see where this motion goes, to the point of participation. The amendment I would be, if it's not in there, and I didn't see it, but people can sit out 1 year. And then if the position is still vacant after 12 months, they can jump right back in and be a voting member. These are all public meetings. Again, we've talked about this, but these are all public meetings. Just because someone's term ends at 6 years does not mean they cannot continue on that board as a participant, as a public person contributing. I don't do on any of my boards take a head count to make sure everybody who's there from the public is or isn't, but when it comes time to vote, that's the only thing. And there's not a lot of 4-3 votes on these boards. So I don't see people who are interested in these boards who want to remain dropping off. I see them just waiting a year until either that vacant position is not filled or another position opens back up, at which time they can get right back on. So I think at 3 terms with 1 year off, someone can be on there for 18, actually 19 years with only 12 months off of a board. And I just think that we need to encourage people to cross-pollinate, get onto other boards and do things. And I've talked about this a whole lot. So I'm kind of cool with, the 2 terms, and then the 12 months of required off and then jump back on. That would be my suggestion. And if it wasn't included in my motion, that's my amended motion. Paula.
We have debated this a lot. And I kind of felt like when we came up with the 3 terms at 3 years with a hard stop, we kind of reached that middle ground and split the baby, because before it was like, we felt you were valid or you had to be there. We have some options, and now we've even tightened it more with this current proposal. And really, honestly, Jonathan, 12 months, a lot of times in my life anyways, over 12 months, I quickly get distracted and get involved in other things. So we could lose some very valuable assets to our participation in the town. So I have to say, I was ready to move forward on the 3 terms. I don't think I could do it with a hard stop at 2 terms. I just feel like there's a lot of valuable people who've contributed to our community, and I'd like to see them stick around.
I appreciate that. Steve Davis.
Yeah, my vote will reflect that I don't support even having this conversation. I think it's just silly that we're talking about these things in this day and time. We've got a great group of volunteers that sit on these boards. We always have the option to not renew when they come around, if there's other applicants that we want to put on that. I see absolutely no reason to draw a hard line in the sand there. And I like the option to remain flexible. And we will be flexible because, we're going to have a new council here in a couple of months, and they're going to change all the rules anyway, right? That's how it works, politics.
Are you calling for a new council, Councilor Davis?
I don't know.
Are you hoping for a new council? Ingrid.
Having only been on here for a matter of weeks, I might have to start saying months, like 2 shortly. I honestly looked at this as more of a housekeeping item. So I didn't see that there was a lot of malice or that we weren't honoring the people who had historically volunteered on these boards. I saw it more as just an opportunity to get some fresh energy on the boards and make sure that we were keeping on the up and up as far as how we were managing our boards and commissions. So I will say that when I hear the term control freak, and granted I've been married for 20 years, so I get a little tender about that term. But the reality is that I don't think the intent was certainly not to be controlling, but like I said, to be just do some housekeeping and make sure that for the benefit long-term and short-term of our boards and commissions, that we encourage lots of dynamic and energetic new energy, as well as knowledgeable people who have historically sat on it. And if we don't put some parameters on it, unfortunately, it did appear that we weren't bringing in a lot of new members. And so that's how I perceived it. So when I hear the way the old 2-term, I'm comfortable with that. But I'm also very comfortable with putting a 3-term hard stop too. I just felt like it was big picture. We were trying to make the best decision for how we as a council manage these boards and commissions.
Thanks, Ingrid. Charlotte.
So I think that my position, this has been kind of consistent. And that is, the thing I didn't like is we have 2 terms, that's the limit. And then there's this, but if we want to do it, and that's what's been causing the problem. I think my position beginning is either get rid of the terms altogether, don't put any limit on it, or decide if it's going to be 2 or 3. I'm okay with either one, being 2 or 3. And and it says two, right now it says 3 consecutive terms. I think I just read the language, successive terms. So they could be off a month and come back in and replace somebody else that was gone. And you don't have to wait a year. I wouldn't want to put a year in there. So I wouldn't support the year in between. I would just say, if you're going to have it 2 successive terms or 3 successive terms, one or the other, but don't put any other qualifications in. Let's figure it out. I mean, we're term limited. We could do, I think the council, same thing, 2 successive terms, and guess we could take 2 years off and come back and run for election if we're that insane. So in any event, that's my view.
Okay. Well, there is a motion on the table for 2 terms, hard terms. And just to keep it clean, I guess, you know, I will stick with the 2 terms. It's been seconded by Tony. Let's see if that passes or gets shot down, and then we'll take another vote if that does get shot down. Steve, would you, acting city clerk, Steve Boyd, would you please take roll?
Councilor Willman.
Yes.
Wisso,
Yes.
Kopp,
No.
Godis,
Yes.
Davis,
No.
Stepp,
No.
Hershey.
Let me think a little bit. Yes.
Motion passes.
4-3, it passes.
4-3.
Split votes tonight.
You have no idea how excited I am about second reading on this ordinance.
All right.
We will make that change.
Let's see, where are we at here? I lost my agenda. I'm sorry, guys.
Item 18.
17.
No, 17.
Yeah, help me out.
17.
Appropriations ordinance.
Oh, good. Yeah. What's that? Yvette.
I think the
Steve.
acting
City clerk.
clerk, COO, acting manager handed that off to me. And this is truing up the money that we actually spent in 2020. We have to do it before the end of the year for our audit. There were some changes, large changes, mainly due to COVID that you guys all saw as they came through. And I think it's just, do you have any questions?
Charlie.
I have no question. I have a motion.
Okay.
It's a public hearing.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Carl. Got that.
Yeah, Charlie. See, I was totally going to go with that too. All right. See. Shelley, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a quick question on that. It looks like we did transfer the $750,000 from the new tobacco tax fund, and I understand that was used to kind of backfill the general fund for some of our loss in sales tax over the year. But I guess I want to clarify with the city attorney that is a legitimate use of that funding based on the way the ordinance was worded, because I know we had a lot of discussions when we put that tax out.
Safety, there's almost inevitably when I draft things a safety clause for just such emergencies.
Right. Okay. So I'm hoping, just to comment then, I'm hoping that we can get back to some of the things that we had discussed as intended uses for that funding when we get past this health crisis.
I think even in the 2021 budget, it's not as much money as I would like, but I think we set aside about $150,000 of tobacco tax for getting back to what council intended it for. And I do know the school district was going to reach out to Youth Zone to see if they could come up with a joint idea to bring back to you guys maybe in January, February. So beginning to work on it. Yes, absolutely. It is very near and dear to my heart that we use those funds to help kids.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's open it to public comment. Gary Vick, do we got a trifecta? No, okay. All right, seeing no public comment, I will bring it back for Charlie's motion.
I would move to approve, if I find the right one, ordinance number 30, series of 2020. Ordinance the City Council, City of Glenwood Springs to amend the 2020 budget appropriation. Great.
I'll second the motion.
So moved by Charlie, seconded by Shelley. Let's just do a voice vote. Do we have to do, we don't have to do a roll call vote if we, okay. How about this? All those opposed say nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
We lose Steve Davis.
We did.
We did. So let the record reflect the motion carries 6-0 with Steve Davis having dropped off. And I don't have him. Let's see. I don't have a text from him or anything, so I don't know if he's. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if he comes back on. All right, next item on the agenda. I have my agenda back up. Is item number 18, sales tax incentive agreement between the City of Glenwood Springs, Colorado, and Pegwood LLC for the Roaring Fork Marketplace Shopping Center.
You or me, Jen?
I can do it quickly, and maybe Carl can backfill me after that.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm here to present an enhanced sales tax incentive agreement between the city and Pegwood LLC for the Roaring Fork Marketplace Shopping Center. I would like to note that my staff report incorrectly identified the time limit for this, which is correct in the attached agreement, which proposes sharing increased sales tax over a specific base amount to assist in improvements to the American Furniture Warehouse space in the Roaring Fork Marketplace. So it would be a 50% share back over $100,000 base with a total rebate cap of $750,000 or a period of 8 years, whichever occurs first. And with that, I'll let Carl backfill what I didn't say.
All right. The reason for the 8 years, and I'm sorry because I misstated that, Shelley, when I answered a question that you had asked me. It was when we just looked at the chart of what we assume projected sales tax is going to look like. It ended in the middle of year 7, hence why year 8. And I had it in my head 7. And the other side pointed out that it would in fact be year 8. I do think I can tell you, and I did exchange emails with the Pegwood group today, and that I am fine to say this this agreement is to, Jen has been working really hard to refill these spaces and working to help folks find tenants, and this is slated to be a Murdoch's, and we're pretty excited about seeing that come to town. They are one of the reasons we got this on a little later. We thought we could just bump it until January, but they're trying really hard to be open by this spring, which is fantastic. They have been working with the planning department, rather, community development, on what those improvements are going to look like. So one of the things we do this.
Carl, sorry to interrupt. Just the record note, Steve Davis is back on, so he might be able to participate and make a decision on this project. I just wanted the record to know that.
I think so. Anyway, what I was going to say is that we work with really any business on one of these enhanced sales tax, and the idea is that we're sharing sales tax revenue that we wouldn't otherwise see. And in this case, we're protecting a base level of 100,000. So every year, the first 100,000 goes to the city, and then beyond that, the city will rebate 50% of collected and remitted sales tax. So you don't get to keep it before it comes to the city. It all gets paid in. We know that you're current. If you're not current on paying your taxes, you don't get any money back, and it's a violation of the agreement. And we have done these on both large projects and small projects all throughout town. And again, it's a way for us to incentivize new development and new tax dollars in town. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And like I said, we're pretty excited to see a space that's been empty for a while get filled with what we think is going to be a great tenant and a good addition to the community.
I would also note that there is a representative from the property in the audience if you are interested in hearing from them at all. And I'm also open for any questions that you might have.
Is that Matthew Sanger?
It is.
Wow. Look at that. Yeah, Matthew, you got the floor.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time. I just wanted to thank Jen and Carl specifically for all their hard work and trying to get Murdoch's in this space, as well as City Council for approaching the 10 o'clock hour and still hearing agenda items. But we are excited, and we would really look forward to the council's support and getting a great tenant in there that would be a great service to the valley. That was one of our goals when we bought the former AFW space, was to get a tenant in there that would, do a great job, not just for Glenwood Springs, but the whole valley in general. So we're excited, and hopefully you guys are as well.
Thank you, Matthew. Questions, Paula, for staff or the applicant? Is that right? Sure.
So this is just for American Furniture. Any chance it also incorporates Office Depot space, or is that?
It doesn't. I think both Matt's group as well as Jen and I continue to try to look for a solution there as well. But this is specific to the American Furniture warehouse space.
Is this not a public hearing, right? So we don't need to open up. So
I'd like to, but it's your call.
Yeah, I don't see really anybody. Sure. Anybody in the audience want to make a comment on this? Okay. Comments, Paula, or a motion?
Yeah, I think this is exciting and a great opportunity, and I would like to make a motion to reading this as passing this enhanced sales tax incentive agreement between the City of Glenwood Springs, Colorado, and Pegwood LLC for the Roaring Fork Marketplace Shopping Center.
I will second that, Mr. Mayor.
For this tax rebate incentive program.
Sorry, Paul. I will second that.
I had to jump.
We are very excited, as evident by the motion.
Excited. I want to third it.
All right, it's been moved by Paula, seconded by Tony. For their comments, Shelley.
Oh, I'll just say I wholeheartedly support this, and I'm excited to get a new tenant in there. I think Murdoch's will be a great addition to the city retail space. So thank you for all the work on this by staff and the owners of the space and Carl getting this put together. Thank you.
And I would say this is why we have people like Jennifer and Matt Nunez, because this is an economic development piece that doesn't just happen in communities unless you have economic development people focused on things like this. I think Murdoch's coming in there, nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. Having a little vitality up there is going to make that Office Depot location easier to fill and more attractive to a tenant in the future. So I think it's a huge win for the community to have, as a farm kid, having Tractor Supply on one end and Murdoch's on the other. I would have been really happy growing up. And I know Carl's very happy. I know that's why this deal came, probably.
No, I just had my wife that finally let her know what was going on. She,
Matthew, are you guys doing feed?
I don't have the answer to that. I would not be surprised. I feel like that's one of their standards, but don't hold me to that.
Okay. Just curious. All right. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other hands raised. Is anybody opposed to this wonderful addition to our community?
Mr. Hanlon, is that an appropriate way to frame the vote?
It would have been easier if you would have just said, does everybody understand the motion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye or raising your hand. That would have been.
Does everybody understand the motion? Please signify by saying aye if you support the motion.
Aye. Raise hand.
Aye.
Sorry, I'm just very excited. Motion carries unanimously. Next item. Oh, golly, report from city administration, city manager.
Yes, as the mayor pointed out, I will be on vacation. Steve Boyd will be acting manager. We've been trying to get a good nickname for him this entire evening, but we will settle on one. Before I throw it over to him for a second, I just wanted to say, Catherine, thank you for everything, and we will miss you, and we wish you all the luck in the world. And everyone else, happy holidays. And I will be on vacation, but I will be around because that is what we're supposed to be doing for Christmas. So, okay, Steve, take it away.
Yeah, I wanted to take a minute too and say thank you, Catherine. You know, nobody can know how hard it's been for you over the past
Steve, you're cutting in and out.
Thank you. We love you. Bye.
How many acting positions are you going to have? Acting city manager, acting like
Airport manager.
Acting airport manager, acting actor.
That's good.
I actually thought when Steve was going to make a comment, he was going to declare himself emperor of the city of Glenwood Springs. So, you know, now that he has all these roles.
I
King,
think,
yeah.
Okay. I think we've given, Deborah still has that emergency authority, does she not? Okay, so sorry.
Does he have that acting emergency authority?
And Catherine, again, best of luck to you.
Yes,
Absolutely.
good luck, Catherine.
Absolutely.
Yes. And Catherine, I'm sorry we can't take you out for a last toast to the work that you've done with us, but unfortunately we're under these restrictions. So best of luck.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks, Catherine. All right. We do have a couple of letters for, city attorney. I'm sorry, Carl.
I just like skip over. No, I don't have a lot. I did want to say two things, or maybe three. It has been a really tough year, and I want to thank the council for their hard work through all of this. We have had some tough spots in it, but it has been remarkable how much you've accomplished and how well you've worked together and what you've gotten done through the course of all this. And I know how tough that is because I sit on the sidelines of a lot of boards and councils. And I wanted to also thank the city staff enormously, that the capacity to take on projects, the capacity to work in difficult conditions, the capacity to be empathetic to not only themselves, but to contractors, to the public. That ability is truly remarkable and something that you have one of the best senior staffs I've ever worked with. And in fact, one of the best staffs at any city, from, the line officers and the guys in the water department all the way up to the top. So I think that's something we all can be thankful for. So I just really wanted to say that because I don't think we thank each other often enough, especially at our level, because, Deborah and I were already texting over the next thing we need to get done as this meeting is wrapping up. So hopefully everybody can take some time over the holidays. I also, Jonathan pointed out to me that I have been described as champagne drinking at one point at a public meeting by somebody who shall remain nameless. And I wanted to correct the record that it is really whiskey. And it's preferably a good rye from Marble Distillery. So I can't live with, you can say anything you want about me, but don't call me a champagne drinker. So anyway, with that, happy holidays.
I thought you were a Templeton Rye kind of guy. And I got to say, Carl, thank you sincerely. I guess from behalf of all of us, we are lucky. Absolutely lucky to have everybody here on staff that's with us for another year, who's guided us through this. And we're also incredibly lucky to have you helping this community out. Okay, so we do have two letters. So the cast letter, which I made reference to with Mara Rosie Witcher at the beginning of the meeting. If you want to describe it again, I can, but essentially it is the mountain towns saying, can we please be open to 25%? I don't have, it's already been sent by CAST. We are a member of CAST. I either did not see it or was not able to weigh in to bring it back to this council. So I apologize, but it's already been sent. I guess what I'm asking now is, do we want to endorse it? We can have all kinds of conversation about whether 0% or 25% is correct. But I guess from my behalf and why I advocated for it with Amara in the beginning is because I like that it's asking the state and it is working with the state truly in a collaborative manner to get a variance. And if they think that we can do it for limited time to get our economy through the season, I like that. And if they think that that's a horrible idea, that's going to cause more infection and cost lives, I have peace with that as well. But it is not slamming down our hand and saying hell no. It is asking to work in a partnership and asking them and their epidemiologists and doctors to evaluate our ability. So for that reason, I'm supportive. But if you guys aren't and don't want to take a stand on it, I'm absolutely fine with that.
I'm supportive of it, Mr. Mayor, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay. Ingrid?
And I'm supportive of it as well. Just like I wasn't supportive of the Metro Mayor thing because we don't really associate with this. We are definitely tourist snow towns. I think this is a collaboration.
Yeah. Paula?
My question is, will this affect or impact the 5-star program in any way? I mean, we're taking steps in one way that, okay, we're going to do everything we possibly can to get this 5-star program moving.
I don't know that that's, I was going to say absolutely not, because if the governor allows it, then that shouldn't, this with their permission. However, maybe the nuance is it does show, all those charts that Mara showed where you end indoor dining and your community infection rate does go down. We're not going to be able to start initiating a 5-star program until we get these numbers under control. So I think to your question, it might, epidemiologically speaking.
Yeah.
So that's a great question.
we've spent a lot of time trying to figure out a way to get us back on track as quickly as possible. And that would be my thing that would hold me back from endorsing this and I appreciate what CAST is doing. I totally get that. I know how important that is at this season, but we're kind of talking out of both sides of our mouth.
Any other comments? Okay. I guess I'll just take a motion because I don't feel like I have very clear direction.
I will make a motion to support this letter for CAST in response to Paula. I think we do whatever we can. So I would make that motion.
And I'll second it.
Okay. Been moved by Tony, seconded by Ingrid. I think we might actually should take a
Paula, I'll just quickly indicate, I don't think it's going to have a major impact on the 5-star program. I was thinking about it for a minute when you mentioned that. I don't think it's going to negatively impact on or getting approval of that program at a later time.
Okay. Yeah, Acting City Clerk Steve Boyd, would you quickly call a roll?
Councilor Davis.
That is an affirmative yes.
Step.
Yes.
Hershey.
Yes.
Willman.
Yes.
Wisso.
Yes.
Kopp.
Yes.
Godis.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. The second letter, I will turn that over to Shelley to talk about. Oh, you're muted, Shelley.
Sorry. Okay, there. How's that? This is a memo that Jonathan and I had discussed at one point, and just whether it was worth an approach to go to the county and actually ask for them, to kind of support our businesses in a way that would be constructive. I think as our discussion has shown tonight, we clearly support being in compliance with the state red level restrictions that they have put on Garfield County. The county has taken a different approach, but at the same time, I think it might be worthwhile for us as a council to say, we would appreciate an approach where the county is united in being in compliance with the state and seeing the benefits that can bring to our businesses in the county, but also asking the county, the BOCC possibly to step up and support the businesses in working towards that red level compliance so that we can get our incident rate down and get to a stronger economic position in the county. So I put together a draft of this memo. Mayor Godis made a few cleanups and changes to it, and we've come up with just a draft for the council to evaluate and see if this is something that you're interested in sending to the Board of County Commissioners, or would we rather just go forward with the actions that we discussed earlier tonight? So I will, with that, leave it up to council.
And I don't see that letter made our packet. Does anybody else have it?
No, that's what I was just going to say. I thought maybe I missed it.
I think it was going to be either put in the packet or sent out, but I don't know if that happened.
Well, Shelley, could you just take 3 minutes and read the content of it?
Sure, I'm happy to. Okay, it's addressed to the dear Garfield County Commissioners. While we understand it is your intention to help small restaurants by Resolution 2020-64, it has created confusion among small businesses and the community. Rather than a community working together towards stopping the spread of the virus, this resolution creates an every person for themselves atmosphere that puts businesses at risk and may further community spread. Cases and deaths in Garfield County continue to rise, a more than twofold increase in cases, and with the number of deaths up from 6 to 26 in just the last month. The state of Colorado has significant data showing that counties who take decisive action, such as the red level restrictions, see decline or leveling off of coronavirus cases in their counties. This allows them to get infection rates down and work towards opening their economies back up through the 5-star program or a lower dial level. In the words of our state public health officials, the next few weeks will likely be the worst of the pandemic. How will we work together to keep our residents and workers safe during this holiday time? The City Council of Glenwood Springs is making a formal appeal to the Board of County Commissioners to make a significant investment in the health of the community and the health of small businesses in Garfield County. We are asking the county to use a portion of its reserves to directly support the small businesses in the county that are most affected by the pandemic and the red level restrictions with a significant financial grant. By helping those businesses most impacted by complying with state level red restrictions, we can support them in that effort and work towards lower incident rate and a more positive economic outlook in the months ahead. The city has invested over $700,000 over the course of the pandemic to help our small businesses weather this historic challenge. We urge you to consider this as a starting point in a much larger economic stimulus that benefits the businesses, workers, and the entire county to get them through the next few months. Sincerely, Glenwood Springs City Council. Again, this is a draft, and just put it out there for council comment or discussion.
Councilor Hershey.
I am not as familiar with maybe as Shelley is, or maybe Charlie with the history of this antagonizing and dysfunctional relationship between the city of Glenwood Springs and Garfield County. Shelley and I were at a meeting. She was there virtually. I was there in person about the hill behind Walmart. I don't know why we need to keep poking the bear. I don't disagree with what you're talking about, Shelley, with confusing, but frankly, the commissioners were elected and they may have a different political perspective than some people on this council, but I would ask that any letter be sent not include my name, because I just tried so hard to work with them and build a productive relationship with all three of them, and they're going to be there for a while, certainly two of them, and I just don't think this is productive. They know how you feel. There was an article today about that funding with the mayor and everything. Shelley and Paula, trust me, they know how you feel. I see it in their faces and I hear what they say. I just don't see the reason for this. We issued a press release and it was really great. Thank you, Deborah. And I think it explained the city's position. I just think this is unnecessary. It's not going to change their minds. And we have to work with them on so many other issues, and we disagree sometimes, but we agree on a lot of things. Please. So I really appreciate your letter, but I don't support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Anybody else have a comment? Paula.
Yeah, when you started reading the letter, Shelley, I was kind of like Tony said, we're kind of poking the bear, and that we know that we're trying something different than the county is. But I do feel like the last half of the letter where we're requesting that they support businesses with some of the reserve fund is an adequate ask. And I'm surprised that more of the towns haven't asked for this. To say that's why we have a reserve fund is to help our businesses through this. And I know that they have contributed a couple $1 million to helping assistance in other ways, but I would love to see some support for our businesses, just as the state has done, just as federal packages have looked at this. It'd be great if the county could step in and say, we can also help you subsidize some of this loss that you're feeling in December and January and what we're saying. So I just kind of feel like the start of it was like, okay, first we're going to irritate you and then we're going to ask you for something.
Thanks, Paula. Ingrid?
So I'm kind of a merge of all of you guys in that I believe that our relationship with the county, unfortunately, isn't fantastic, or so it appears. And right now, I think we all need to set bygones aside and say that it's not about us. It's not about our council and even our opinions. It's not about Garfield County commissioners' political positions. It's about our communities. It's about our businesses. If we can all collectively come together to support them, then, ultimately that money trickles down into the people who, if they're working, they don't need rent stimulus. They don't need money to pay their bills and buy groceries if they're continuing to work. So supporting the businesses, it just creates continuity. In turn, we all, once again, weather this storm. I think that asking them is appropriate. I think I asked it earlier tonight when I said, have they given any money? It was me asking. And in turn, I think any way that we get in front of them and say, hey guys, you can't pick and choose the industries that you want to support. Everyone in Garfield County is their business. Everybody needs their support right now, just like we support the businesses and the people who live in Glenwood. So I'm comfortable with sending a derivative of that letter, but I think that maybe we could soften it a little bit. At this point, it was read on this forum, so they know what we were going to say. So it's kind of a moot point. But yeah, if we want to send something along those lines, I'm comfortable sending something, but maybe an edit to soften it a bit.
I appreciate those comments because it's not my intent to, as someone said, poke the bear. It's more, I think to me, I believe too, it's a legitimate ask. So if we can soften that and work together with the county, I certainly want to do that. Anybody else?
My turn.
Go ahead.
Shelley, I greatly appreciate your efforts and I appreciate that ask. I guess I would probably maybe go through it one more time, see if you can soften the edges a little bit. I'm not really opposed to sending it, but I would tell you that there's no way they're going to do anything. I don't think they're going to go, oh, Glenwood wants help. Okay. I don't see it.
Well, I would say that the letter does ask on behalf of all Garfield County businesses. And it's not just about Glenwood, it's about, advocating in a formal way the desire for them to help the business throughout the county.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. Charlie, have any opinions on this?
Yeah, I've been sitting here thinking about it. I mean, I'm definitely, I don't think it does any good to tell them we disagree with them. They know we disagree with them on this. Level orange versus the other. And I know there's been some things said that are, in my view, are inappropriate toward Deborah and Carl and you, Jonathan. And I think that should not have come from them either. But I think that we're here to support our citizens and our businesses. And the letter is written to support the Garfield County businesses, not just the Glenwood ones. So I tend to agree with Ingrid's view that it should be, written to say, we know maybe just recognize we disagree with you on what's happening, but the bottom line here is that we need to support our businesses, and we hope that you'll step up in a nicer way than I'm just about to say it. You need to step up to the plate like we have and help support our businesses. I tend to agree with Steve Davis. I don't think they're going to do it. I think they've already told you that, Jonathan, on Monday when you kind of presented this verbally. But I think it's worthwhile. I think it tells our citizens that we're supporting them and their businesses.
I agree. I think great comments, great feedback. Shelley, do you want to take that feedback, maybe axe or severely alter that first paragraph to I guess we have differences, and then leave the remainder? I think I didn't hear anybody have a significant disagreement with asking them to have a financial support, to give a hand up financially to some of those businesses. I did not hear anybody strongly oppose that. Maybe Councilor Hershey did. But if that's the letter, and you can maybe rewrite that and have Jen, because Deborah's on vacation tomorrow, send that back, or Steve, send that back out to us. Would that be a good way? Would everybody feel comfortable with seeing a revised draft that incorporates some of those changes? Okay, I see.
Okay.
I see a couple nods. And Charlie, I just want to say real quick that we ought not to be fighting in public, making aspersions about people's intent or their political leanings or what Glenwood might or might not do, or what the county might or might not do. And I think that's not productive to anybody. And I think I take particular grievance when staff is called out by name and in an unfair way. And but this is a hard year. These are hard times, and not that that's an excuse, and not that I'm giving that excuse, but tonight, I said, I don't, when advocating for the 5-star program, I brought up the name of one of their staff, Josh. He is a staff. He's in public health. He's a coworker of my wife's, and if it came off like I disparaged him at all, but I should not have said his name at all in the conversation about why we should not work with the county, because those decisions are made at the elected officials. So I guess I want to apologize for that, because these things can happen, and I think we should try to take the heat down when we can. And this seems like we've gotten some good feedback on this letter of a way to try to take the heat down, but still at the same time advocate for supporting our businesses and, quite frankly, the region's businesses, which is a regional economic issue.
I agree.
So-
we need all our businesses to survive this.
Absolutely. So Shelley, do you feel like you have decent direction that you can maybe get a draft back to us that would reflect those changes?
Yes, I do. And then I will send that to Jen to distribute out in the morning.
Okay. Carl, just real quick as a point of interest, since we're not taking a vote on something that's not a finished product, how do we do that without calling a
I
meeting?
think there's some pretty good consensus, and frankly, I'm comfortable that between you and I and Shelley, and I'm not going to allow you to send it to Deborah tomorrow, that we can get what council's intent was that they're comfortable with.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
I agree. I think we give you permission to send that with those changes.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything else for the good of the order? Yes, Councilor Hershey.
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. I want to move to next meeting. We have the meeting in that where that rocking chair is with Steve Davis by the fire. That looks very festive. We could all meet there. With
And
some
then I proposed that on breaks that he has to read us "'Twas the Night Before Christmas."
All right.
Yeah, your
with the
grandkids, man.
stockings hung by the chimney.
Pretty phenomenal.
I've read that a lot.
It almost looks like a fake background, doesn't it, guys?
It does.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody. We have a motion
Yeah.
by Tony, a second, I think, by Charlie, or I'm going to just assign that to Charlie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Happy holidays.
Have a wonderful.
Have a great holiday, everybody.
It's 10:25, Jonathan.
Tony, have a great final day of Hanukkah.
Thank you.
What's left of it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you, everyone.